Cool, so we are live. Alright, so I decided to actually look at our ghost stories today instead of our paranormal. I hope it's not a mistake. I honestly thought about looking at today I fucked up subreddit, but I don't know. It just didn't really, sorry that I'm adjusting my headset. It just didn't really fit the whole let's be spooky. And I kind of wanted it to stay spooky, or at least weird, but like a good weird instead of I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't want to say a weird, but you know what I mean, like vibes. Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. No one's here yet. I'm surprised Magic Cat hasn't zoomed in yet. Because my husband always comes by to say hello. Magic Cat's by every day. And then Itachi lurks a lot. And then I haven't seen Mystical Dragon in months. I don't know where you are, Dragon, but you're not here, so. Alright, let me just. Hmm? Oh god. No, thank you. They said, sorry, this is long. I'm like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. The haunted toy doorbell? What? Hell, that's. It's only 3 paragraphs, but the 3 paragraphs are, 20 sentences long, so that's fun. Also, yes, it's going to be Halloween in the game before it's Halloween in real life. I'm just gonna warn you now, because I've time traveled 6 different times, so it's 2 or 3 days ahead, just as a warning. It's a totally different day of the week, day on the calendar, everything. It does not line up. Yeah, my game calendar's totally fucked. It does not line up at all. So we're gonna have Halloween twice basically. We're gonna have real Halloween and we're gonna have game Halloween. Anyway, yeah, the thing about the haunted toy doorbell was posted 4 days ago. It says, this is a paranormal event that happened to me and my childhood best friend as children. There's sort of 2 parts as there was a gap in time between these occurrences. It'll make more sense as I tell the story. That's fair. We have no context yet. I assume there's some kind of setup or something, so Anyway, it says, okay, just so you guys know, my house growing up was old and had different spirits that lingered around. Okay, so we're already starting off with confirmation that this house has spirits. So, okay. Spirits that lingered around. Okay. There was one in particular that would follow me around all my life living there. My brother said I would often be found standing in my crib alone with no one else in the room talking to someone. Apparently, I had said that it was a man. Because that's definitely not vaguely concerning. I had a lot of different experiences growing up and always felt that I was never alone and always being watched. When I was 12 years old, my childhood BFF, 2-year-old niece, and I were sitting on the floor in my room playing. My niece looks up and starts staring at the door. We ask her what she's looking at, and she tells us there's a man behind the door. I ask her what he wanted, and she said he wanted to hurt me? Jesus. Okay. So you can see the spirit has not left me alone since I was a baby, so I suspect the spirit was the one responsible for the experience I'm about to tell you. What on earth? That escalated quickly. Oh yeah, he wants to fuck you up. Really? Really, just 2 seconds in. Okay. When I was about 8 or so years old, I was gifted this toy doorbell, which is so random. The main part with the bell in it was shaped like a moon. Oh, that's kind of cute. It was transparent blue plastic with glitter. Oh, that's really cute. I kind of want one, but the non-cursed version. It had a wire that connected the button and it made this magical chime. I assume the little fake manufactured magical sound they put on stuff like ding or whatever. The moon would go on the wall on the inside of the bedroom, and the wire was thin enough to be able to wrap around the outside of the door, and the door would still be able to close. Oh, that's kind of cute. So the kids had like a little, not really a toy doorbell, but like a little kid version that they could put like, I guess, by their literal bedroom door so their family can like ring them and they can kind of play house. That's kind of cute. That's actually really cute. But I just wanted it because it kind of sounded like it looked cool. But like again, the non-cursed version. Anyway, let's see. Still be able to close. I thought it was the coolest thing ever and immediately wanted to set it up. I mean, do you blame them? Like, I still think it sounds like super cool. I kind of want one for my kids, but again, a non-cursed version. Non-cursed. After a few days, maybe a week of having it up, it started to chime randomly. Oh. I would check to see who was at my door and no one would be there. This started happening more often and was scaring me. Every time it chimed, no one was there. Maybe it has faulty wiring? Then again, if you buy like two or three versions of the same one and it keeps happening, then, you know, then I would say it's not the toy, that it's something else. Did y'all ever try changing it? Maybe it was like the batteries or a faulty model. Eventually, one night it started chiming and wouldn't stop. This freaked me out so much I panicked and took it off the wall and pulled the batteries out, and it still kept chiming. Okay, okay, alright. Well, if it's chiming with no batteries, I don't really know what to tell you. I was beyond scared now, so I opened the door, ran out of my room down the hall. The hall has four steps down into the kitchen and then a straight shot through the kitchen and into the living room. I threw the doorbell at the way across the house into the living room. Excuse me, all the way across the house into the living room. Jesus. It still kept chiming. Oh, that I can see why this is alarming. I ran in my room and just closed the door and tried to forget that it ever happened and went to sleep. The next day I went to the living room and it was still on the floor. Good, but was it still chiming? I decided I was done with it and got it packed away somewhere in the basement. I didn't see it again until a year or so later. I'm surprised you didn't pack that thing in salt or something. It just kept chiming. That's not okay. Okay. Time skip. When I found it again, I was obviously a little older and thought maybe I was just overthinking things. Maybe it was just a malfunction with the mechanics inside. I missed having it. Okay, but even if it was a malfunction with the mechanics, as you said, and not a spirit, why would you put up the same faulty model? Because would that not mean that it's going to screw up again? That's just stupid. Anyway, um, I missed having it, so I decided to put it back up. Again, poor decision making here. Wasn't long before it started chiming on its own again, and this time it also started falling off the wall. I mean, that could also be because last time you literally ripped it off the wall and then threw it against another wall. But, you know, I knew then that this was a spirit. I'd gone through some things in the time it was put away. Excuse me, it was put away. Oh, Jesus, different context. Um, and so was a little tougher. Instead of getting scared, I started to get angry. Oh, snap. They're gonna fist fight a ghost. Whatever it was that was bothering me, I was getting more and more mad at it. I guess me being mad and my negative energy made the spirit mad as well because one night when my childhood best friend was over to spend the night, it started again. It was chiming and falling off the wall. At this point, I was fed up. I got up and marched over to the door, grabbed the moon, and slammed it back onto the wall. My best friend was standing in the middle of the room while all this happened. After slamming it back on the wall, I marched out of my room into the hallway on my way to tell my mother that this was happening and that I was angry about it because I felt like a spirit was harassing me. I mean, couldn't you just throw the damn thing out? Like, spirit or not, I feel like you were just like inviting this annoyance. Like, why put it back up? Whether it's faulty or due to a spirit or due to the batteries, why would you put it back up as is? Again, that's just stupid. No, like no offense, but also that's just bloody stupid. Like say it was faulty, putting it back up isn't going to make it not faulty. Or say it is haunted or cursed. Putting it back up isn't going to make it less haunted or cursed. Like, this makes no sense. As I turned into the hallway to go down the 4 steps, as my mother was in the living room, I didn't make it halfway down the hall before my best friend screamed horrifically. I immediately ran back to the room to find my best friend cowering in the corner of the room, terrified and sobbing in fear. They pointed at the doorbell, and I saw the moon part was lying on the floor in the middle of the room with nothing else attached. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it like flew at them or something, but we'll see. Let's see. I looked at where it was hanging, the door frame, and saw the wire just swinging back and forth violently. The star button was still attached to the outside of my door. I picked it up and looked at the moon, and the wire had been ripped clean out of the casing. I couldn't believe what had happened, and I had never seen my friend look so terrified before. This spirit had ripped the moon from the wiring and sent it flying at my friend, and my friend had ran to the corner of the room to avoid being hit. Hmm. It actually attacked. Are you. So, obviously, I'm not generally a skeptic, but does this thing run on batteries or is it hooked up to the actual, like, electricity? Like, is there some kind of, like, electrical issue where the wire, like, I don't even know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't know. I'm not a physics major. I'm just trying to figure out, or an electrician. I'm trying to figure out how the hell this would have happened, whether through natural phenomena or through supernatural means. I can't figure out how this would have happened. Like, I can't figure out how, like, physically, how the process would have occurred. I'm trying to picture how this would have happened, and I can't. This is just wild. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't really know how to feel. I'm sorry. I'm just still trying to picture it, and I can't OP. Anyway, um, attacked. I was shocked and terrified. Obviously, the toy doorbell was trashed after that. Bruh, only after that? This was so scary though, and my best friend and I still talk about the experience we had. We'll never forget what happened that night. What do you guys think? As I got older and had more experiences, I really had to try and convince myself none of it was real and close my energy off to spirits to keep myself safe. Eventually, I mostly stopped having experiences, with just a few here and there. However, as an adult, I completely ignore it. Now that I no longer live in that house, I feel I am free of whatever spirit had attached itself to me. I have some more stories I may or may not post. I'm just sitting here like I'm absolutely not trying to victim blame, but why would you put it back if you knew it had issues? I just can't figure that out. Again, not trying to victim blame, but why put it back? I'm just so puzzled. I'm trying to make it make sense. I'm just sitting here like, but why put it back then? If you, whatever. Apparently, the childhood best friend commented too, but something about like, yeah. Anyway, she's basically just describing it from her point of view and like basically just backed her up. But like, anyway, okay. Oh crap! I should have said who posted that, shouldn't I have? Yeah, who posted that? Low Enthusiasm 961, and that was from 4 days ago. Okay. Anyway, Tenebris Cordrid, I guess, probably missaying that. Posted this 5 days ago. Spirit slash demons encounter on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, Midwest U.S. What, like a crossroads demon? Question mark? I don't know. Let's see what they say. I'll start by saying that this is a true experience I had and it has stuck with me since. I know it's cliche to start with that, but it's something I need to preface with. Well, yeah, it is a cliche, but I mean, it's a cliche for a reason because the skeptics are always like, everyone's just crazy, blah blah blah. Anyway, this all started around 4 years ago and it was around 10 p.m. I was staying at my friend's place and we were playing whatever games we decided. and just what does that phrase even mean? Just shooting the shit, like chatting, catching up, or something? Shit talking? I don't know. He asked me if I wanted to go mudding in his father's truck. Do they literally mean like off-road driving, or is this code for something? Anyway, father's truck. I asked him if we should because he told me it had already been through the car wash prior to me getting there. Important detail for later. He said it was no problem and his dad wouldn't mind as he had already taken it out for that before. I said sure and we headed out and did exactly as. Wait, pause. This is gonna sound slightly judgmental, but isn't it kind of stupid to immediately cover your car in mud after getting it cleaned or detailed? I just have to question some of the poor judgment in these posts. That has nothing to do with the spirits. I'm just baffled. But you just cleaned it. Why would you? Whatever. Anyway, um, uh, I said sure, and we headed out and did exactly as we intended to do for 30 minutes or so, playing music through the Bluetooth setup. Somewhere along the way, he mentioned this road in the middle of nowhere where supernatural phenomena supposedly happen, and particularly this one spot on the road where it's the most prevalent. Let me guess, he wanted to go like a dumb teenager in a horror movie. The spot in question is on the side of the road where a lot of discarded concrete mixed with rebar is dumped. Oddly specific. I don't know why it's there or why the city hasn't driven some people out there to get it disposed of, as that's illegal and dangerous. Yeah, sounds like it. Past the concrete is wild grasses and plants that are never cut down, and a pond. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like overgrown and like wild looking. Huh, okay. Past that pond is a barn with a lamp type light hanging over the front door. The light, hold on, is always on and it shines this greenish, mostly yellow light upon the ground with a forest behind it all. This, why is it always on? That's a little weird. Not like in a supernatural way. That's that's a little weird. Anyway, this spot in particular is notorious as some in town believe a boy died in the pond, causing the supernatural phenomena in the area. Although after what I had seen, I was convinced this was a result of some occult activity on the property. Dude, why are you always blaming why do people always blame the occult? I promise you, witches don't have this much time to dick around with random shit, and most witches tend to know what they're doing, so they wouldn't have just irresponsibly, I don't know, left a portal open or something? What do people think witches actually do? I'm so confused. Anyway, unless they think it wasn't witches, because I suppose if it's some random noob non witch who's just like dicking around with stuff and doesn't know what they're doing, sure, they could have accidentally a portal, I guess. Don't blame it on the witches though. Anyway, just saying, I'm tired of being blamed for shit randos do. Anyway, hold on. Something about how he thinks the barn particularly has seen occult activity, and I'm like, first of all, how would you know? Like, are you participating? Are these just like local urban legends and rumors? Like, what is going on? Anyway, I will mention its claim that if a dog crosses the road at night in front of you, that you should turn around and leave, even if you aren't parking your car at that spot. Why though? That's such a weird, oddly specific superstition. What did the dogs do? Also, hi, Magic Hat. I don't remember if I said hi the first time when I saw you. That's such a weird superstition. Me and my friend finally arrive at the spot at 10:55 p.m. and we sit on the side of the road with the vehicle turned off. The reason is supposedly that if any devices or vehicles are running that you're unlikely to see anything. Wait, why? However, if you do turn off all devices in the vehicle, you're likely to see something. That's interesting. There's a chance that your electronic device can be drained of power, including the battery of your car, causing you to be stuck out there, supposedly. Although I can't confirm that because I didn't experience it, although people have claimed it has happened. As we sit there, there start to be these lights appearing amongst the tall grasses, like a little willow wisp or something. They came and went similar to fireflies, but the lights were a pale blue instead of the typical yellowish orange. So, like a willow wisp type thing. Okay. Or at least that's kind of what it sounds like to me. I didn't even realize we found two pearls as a segue to the game we're actually playing. Um, anyway, let's see. Back to the story. Then we gaze at the barn where that greenish yellow bulb shines upon the ground. Two of these creatures come out of the tree line. Okay. The thing was that these creatures were so dark in color that they stood out against the darkness of the woods before even approaching the light. When they emerged, they were the size of a large buck or a small elk. They looked humanoid but walked on all fours and only stood just above the ground. Um, what? I'm trying to picture this. Their limbs were unnaturally long and their body was bigger than was possible for a person. Ew, that just sounds gross. They crawled like a spider towards the light, which even when they were directly under this light, they were like a black hole that absorbs all light. There was no shine from the light on these things, although they clearly cast a shadow. My friend was terrified and unable to look away, and I asked him if he could see them too, which he responded that he could, describing them exactly as I saw them. I already know this recipe. I'm gonna have to sell it. Da, 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 da. I asked him what he saw without telling him what I saw to see if it was just me or him seeing things. When we looked down the road because we thought we saw something, we only looked for a short glance, but by the time we looked back to where the creatures had been, they were gone. Honestly, I deadass thought he was going to say they were closer. It's probably good for him that they were gone. Ah, crap. I pulled it too soon. Oh well. It's honestly probably good for him that they didn't, you know, attack while he wasn't looking like some kind of like weeping angel shit. Um, okay. We're startled by the disappearance of the creatures and left the area as soon as we could. Fair, because you don't know where they are. After we reached his house, we stopped in the driveway and noticed that the entire vehicle and all the windows were covered in dragged finger marks of different sizes. What, like when someone trails their finger through like dust or pollen when your car's all gross? Ew. Okay. This was all over the exterior of the vehicle, which should be impossible since the truck was washed beforehand, and the truck then was covered in dried dirt and water residue. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Because where would the fingerprints come from? Yeah. The finger marks on the vehicle had removed the dirt and water marks on the truck where the marks appeared and nowhere else. My friend was so incredibly startled that on the drive back, and even when we got back, he was shaking the entire time. His anxiety and fear response was strong enough that he was stuck in the bathroom, nauseated for the rest of the night and even into the next morning. End note slash details. The dog crossing the road detail I mentioned earlier is supposedly the dog of the boy that drowned in the pond, but I don't believe that story, and I also don't believe that a boy died there, as like I said, what I saw to me was more evidence of occult rituals. Dude, that is not evidence of occult rituals. It's evidence that you saw some kind of spirit or animal or cryptid, I don't know. This doesn't mean someone performed a ritual. What? How do you draw that conclusion? Anyway, when I told my other friend of mine this story, they brought up. Technically, you're not supposed to say that word aloud. It's an indigenous spirit that starts with an S and a K. Which I personally can't say if that's the case, especially when they're commonly associated with mimicry and sounds, which I didn't experience. The story of the place to the locals is often referred to as Boy Blue or the Little Blue, okay? Which, given the firefly lightning bugs pale lights I saw moving and disappearing, I can understand why it got its name. Honestly, I just thought those things were will-o wisps. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of the story. If you have similar experiences or know of any particular stories or spirits that match, feel free to let me know. And that's the end of OP's post. So it sounds like OP wanted to see something. Like it doesn't sound like this was an undesired encounter. I don't know. But also that it freaked him out. Huh. Anyway, now I can actually address what Magic Cat said. You said, I got so sick I fell asleep. Now I feel cold and hot at the same time. Like, chills? As in you have chills? Or just like regular temperature, you feel weird? You did say you had a fever though, so I do wonder if you have chills. But, I'm not there, obviously, and I also don't know what you're feeling, so I have no idea. Didn't you say, was it your mom and brother that got you sick? Something about them, they had the flu or something? Or maybe it was a regular cold. Did I invent the flu? Was it a cold or flu? I also don't know how long it's going to take for the, like, audio visual to catch up, because I know there's a slight delay. I, really? Okay, that's, okay. Keeks. That's, is that a, I can't remember if that was an insult or not. 2304 posted 6 days ago. It wasn't my mom. Okay. Many years ago, I wasn't a teenager yet, but was close to that age. So like a preteen? Question mark? I guess? I don't know. I had an experience that kind of freaked me out. I was having a bad day mentally. I have anxiety and depression and struggle sometimes, and was in my room painting my nails. What do you mean you think? I think. Painting my nails, I think. You either were or weren't painting your nails. Pick a story. Um, and at the corner of my eye, I saw my mom. She had a face mask on, like a self care mask, and she was wearing a shirt that she wears a lot. I asked her if she could get me a glass of water, and she walked away. 10 minutes go by, and she never got me water. I stick my head out of my room and see my mom sitting on the couch. I ask her, hey, how come you didn't bring me water? She looked super confused and said, what are you talking about? I've been out here the entire time. I never went by your room. I was 100% freaked out. Who was checking in on me if it wasn't my mom? Couldn't have been my dad or sister as they're not even home. It was only my mom and me. We believe that maybe someone was checking on me to make sure I was okay and that someone could have been a past relative or angel. This is really the only time I have experienced such activity, but minor things happen as well. Magic Cat would probably say it's the spirit that follows everyone around that looks like them. Like their good doppelganger or something. Because she told me about that before. All right, now back to Magic Cat. You said, I don't know, lol. I'm having two temperature changes. 1 second I'm freezing and the other I'm feeling hot. So yes, that's what chills feels like. Well, specifically when you have a fever if you feel like you're cold, which I don't know if you still have your fever, but you told me last time that you had one, so if it hasn't broken, then I would say it sounds like chills. That happened to me when I had COVID. Not that you have it, because you have the flu, but chills works the same way, whether it's due to, I don't know, pneumonia or flu or even a cold. God, I hated it. I know your body's like struggling to try to like adjust your temperature or whatever, but it just really feels like hell. Because I would literally be burning up. like 102, 103, but feel like I'm freezing to death. Because you said 1 second you're freezing and 1 second you feel like you're hot. And if you still have a fever and feel like you're freezing, yeah, that's chills. It sucks. It really sucks. That's one of the parts I hate the most about having a fever. Although I don't, there haven't been that many times in my life where my fever was high enough for me to experience it or high enough for me to experience it multiple times, except when I got sick recently with the plague. I had chills 3 separate times before my fever broke, and it sucked ass. So it kind of sounds like you're going through the same thing. I'm sorry that you have to feel that way. At least it's only while you have the fever and it'll like break and you'll be fine, but yeah, it sucks. Are you keeping track of your temperature though? You should make sure it's not getting too high. Because if it gets over 103, especially if it's over 103.5, you need to be seen by someone. Because that's dangerous. You don't want your fever to get too high. It's interesting because online, it seems like people weren't entirely consistent on whether you should go to the ER at 103 or at 104. But either way, that's getting high. That's dangerous. You need to bring that down if it's anywhere near that. So make sure you're checking your temp because you don't want it to get too high. Literally, when your fever is too high, it can like cause organ damage and shit. So kind of watch that. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good because yeah, it's no joke and it does not feel good. And I hope you're not dealing with that because, hmm. Do you feel any better or do you still feel like super crummy? Because some people are like my husband and they're barely sick a day, regardless of what they get. And then there's people like me who are like, I'm dying for a week or 2 weeks or a month or however long it takes you to recover. So how are you faring? Also, let's see. C- Celoe? Celoe? I probably shouldn't try to say everyone's screen names as one word. 89. Shadow at my bed. Hey guys, before I tell the story, I just want to state my English is not the best, it says. Sorry for that. A couple of weeks ago, I was sleeping in my bed. It was midnight and I had a curious dream. I assume they mean like strange or weird, because curious can be used in that context. I was in a big house with a girl that I know. I asked her if she can sleep with me so that I can sleep well. I guess they have trouble sleeping alone. We were in my bed and she told me that someone's standing in the doorway. I don't want to open my eyes, but shortly after that, I looked to the door and saw that someone was standing there. I said, "Get out of my house" 2 times. Okay. After that, I had the next dream. I saw me in my bed sleeping and a shadow beside my bed. Okay. Hold on. There we go. What? Saw a shadow beside my bed. After I saw the shadow, I was back in my body. I remember what I saw in the dream and wanted to open the. It says the eyes. I swear it says the eyes, but they mean like their eyes. But something stopped me. Felt like it was getting colder and my body began to shake. After 10 seconds, I felt it was over and my body stopped shaking. I opened my eyes and saw behind me where the shadow was standing, but nothing was there. It took me a few minutes to fall asleep again, but after this night, I'm thinking of it and trying to explain the dreams I had. I mean, some people just have vivid dreams, could be astral projection. For fuck's sake, stop. Um, this sounds so random. The boy in the corner. Alright, what'd you say, Magic Cat? I was fine all day, but at night I felt tired, so when I got home I slept, waiting for you, but woke up. Huh. Okay. So you fell asleep waiting for me, and then you woke up. Because you had gotten tired. Okay. So you didn't really feel all that bad, but it kind of just wiped out your energy, is what it sounds like. Which is fair, because, like, being sick takes up a lot of energy, so. Yeah, being sick takes up a lot of energy. Ugh. Makes you really tired. It's so interesting because I feel like. There we go, it is on. I feel like anytime we get sick, like, you always feel like crap and have no appetite, but you would think with all the extra energy you're burning that you'd be hungrier. I don't know the science behind it. Very, very interesting. Maybe when you're sick is the time your body starts burning through some of your fat stores or something? I don't know. I guess I would explain why some people lose weight after being sick, even if it's not a lengthy illness. Mm-hmm. The boy in the corner just sounds like that just makes it sound like he's in timeout. The dark oak slasher. Okay. Yeah. Whoever that is posted this 8 days ago. Warning the. Why does everyone stress that they're true? Like it. Like in a sense, it doesn't matter whether it is or not. Like it's kind of annoying to just like either people will believe you or they won't. Like I don't know. It's like why is that slapped in front of everything? Anyway, growing up, my family has always had very strange. Hold on. Mm. Didn't realize that was full. Growing up, my family has always had very strange experiences. For example, we'd hear strange knocks from empty rooms in our home, seeing things, etc. Wherever we moved, they followed. But at one point in time, mainly when I was around the age of 9, it got somewhat aggressive. When I was 9, we moved to a small town. The house was fairly small and it was close to what appeared to be some type of woods. Some type of woods. Real old time kind of place, didn't even have common stores. Oh, so like the the like small town of small towns that's like in the middle of fucking nowhere. I can picture what you're talking about. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Hold on. There we go. Around this time, my younger 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 siblings were 3 and 2. One of the best and worst things about being live is that anytime there's a mistake, it's just like I kind of have to correct it on the spot, but it's not like I can edit it out or anything. It's a live stream. Umber. Anyway, what was I saying? Younger siblings were about 3 and 2. Why did you not order them 2 and 3? You know what? I guess it doesn't matter. Um, I've heard some people say that children are prone to seeing spirits and interacting with them. And I used to think it was a joke. My younger siblings would often hang around in fully blacked out rooms, and whenever they were in there, I could hear them speaking to something or someone, but I always played it off as them being playful. But this escalated over time. Escalated over time? It went from them talking to them, playing and giggling in dark rooms as if someone was there with them, to us hearing loud knocks on our doors. But when we checked, no one would be there, and the doorbell would ring constantly. But as I said earlier, no one was there. Oh, spoopy. Okay. Um, but there's one experience that has stuck with me, or at least I should say bothers me from time to time. One Saturday night, my parents had a lot to drink. Oh, Lord. Okay. We're already off to a good start, I see. Um, this was normal as every Saturday they would unwind and have drinks. Okay. I guess that's fair. They're in their own home. They're being responsible. They're not driving. Can't complain. Can't complain. I remember playing the PS3 in my parents' room while they were asleep, and my baby brother decided to sit between my legs while I played. We sat there playing for a while before I noticed something was off. My little brother had always been kind of noisy, but after a while I noticed he hadn't made a sound for a while. This kind of shocked me, so I decided to mess with him for a bit and ask him why he was so quiet, but suddenly I noticed his eyes. Okay. My parents had a bathroom in their room, and if you sit in a certain position, you could see the interior of the bathroom from inside the bedroom. I noticed my brother's eyes were glued to the darkness that emitted from the open bathroom door. Okay. I think I can see where this is going. Well, to be fair, I think we can all see where this is going. That's creepy. Cool. Um, I shrugged it off. I shrugged it off for a while, but then I started to feel as if I should try and see what he was seeing. Magic Cat wouldn't dare. Magic Cat would be like, "This is fine." um, it avoided my gaze for a second, but then I started to notice as I looked into the darkness more and more that I could see it vividly. There, in the darkness of the corner, sat a boy, skin as pale as snow, with dark eyes and clothes that resembled that of a pilgrim's. My little brother. Your little brother's just been staring at this kid. Rude. Um, well, to be fair, they're probably staring at each other. Little brother didn't see anything wrong with this as he was a baby. He sat there calmly, but I watched in fear for a while, frozen in terror, until I started to cry and quickly grabbed my brother to flee to my older sister's room. I was terrified and distressed as I tried to put into words what I had experienced, but I just kept crying. My sister comforted me and sat with us until the sun rose in the morning. It amazes me how clearly I can still remember it to this day. Magic Cat would have been terrified. Magic Cat also said that she's now freezing. I'm mostly thirsty when sick. I had to buy 2 drinks to calm my body down. Yeah, everyone always says to drink lots of fluids when you're sick. Like, I swear I hear that like a bajillion times. I don't know why everyone says it over and over. If we all already know, why say it? Like, isn't it redundant at this point? If we know? Anyway, I'm glad you're getting your fluids in, staying hydrated and stuff. Yeah, we've graduated to 3 birds, but we can't interact with them at all for some reason. So, mm. You said you might need hospital tomorrow? Why, are you suddenly feeling much worse? What happened? I thought you said you didn't feel that bad. Now you think you need to go to the hospital? I'm so confused. I mean, if you need to go, absolutely go. I'm just confused how this escalated, de-escalated, and escalated again. I don't know. Am I making sense? I feel like I'm not making sense. Oh, your mom's just worried. I mean, that makes sense. No matter how old you get, you're still her baby, so she's always gonna worry. At least that's how it is for all the, like, good, caring moms who actually love their kids. Yeah, of course she's worried. It doesn't mean you're dying or anything. She's just being your mom, you know? Her only child. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I forget that your brother isn't your brother by blood. You are her only blood child. Yeah. Kind of forgot. Because you two are so close and you always just say my brother instead of my stepbrother, so I kind of just, like, forgot for 2 seconds that he's not her biological child. It just totally slipped my mind. I mean, that's not a bad thing. Hold on. I need more tools before I go back. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. You can't bother saying stepbrother. I mean, you said he's actually, like, nice to you and a good dude, so honestly, it's not like it's a bad thing to just call him your brother, but did I ever tell you I have a brother? I swear this is related. It's just that we were talking about your brother. Like, technically, he is still your brother. Um, and I was just like, huh, did I ever actually tell you I had a brother? I have a brother. It's like, I swear this is related. You said you have a stepbrother, a stepsister, and half siblings. Okay, same. I have, yeah. I mean, obviously not in the same distribution and quantity, but yeah, me too. Hmm. I don't think I ever, yeah, I don't think I ever made a second one for these. All right, now I need 2 nets. But yeah, I have a brother. I have one brother and 4 sisters. And, they're not, how do I explain it? So 3 of my 4 sisters are stepsisters. Like Cinderella, except my stepmom was actually pretty chill. Um, no evil stepmothers here. I mean, she wasn't perfect. She had flaws just like everyone else because, she's a person and people have flaws, but she wasn't some, like, horrible stereotype making my life miserable or trying to kill me or something, you know. But yeah, through her I have 3 out of 4 sisters. Then I have a god sister. I don't know if y'all have godparents and godchildren in your like culture slash religion. What it's supposed to be is someone who will essentially both help co-parent the child, in general, but also if something were to happen to the parent and they were to become, deceased or injured or sick or just couldn't otherwise take care of the kid, the godparent is supposed to step up into that parental role and take care of the child in their stead, as well as basically acting like an additional parent or auntie or uncle to the kid under normal circumstances. And depending on the family, it can also have a religious context of like helping, guiding them spiritually. But yeah, so I have a god sister because that was one of my parents' goddaughter. So she's my god sister. And then I have three stepsisters, like Cinderella. um, and then technically he's my half brother, but I always kind of hate when people say that because it's like, well, no, he's just my brother. Like, I know the half is because you only share half your parentage, but, like, for me, he's just my brother. But, yeah. You said, oh, my brother made me realize I'm glad to be an only child. Motherfucker is a pain in the ass like any younger brother. That's funny. I'm actually the youngest sibling out of everyone, so it's interesting that are you the oldest out of everyone? Because I know you're older than your dad's other children, than your half siblings through him. And you just said you're older than this stepbrother, but there are other step slash half siblings in your life, right? Are you younger or older than them? Because I'm the baby, but you know, un- unfortunately, I didn't get spoiled. I say unfortunately because my childhood was kind of horrible and traumatic. um, so yeah. You said you're either the oldest or second oldest. Okay. I believe my brother is the oldest out of everyone. I'm fairly certain he's older than the girls, than those three stepsisters. I'm fairly certain he's older than them. Although I'm not quite sure if they're older or younger than my god sister. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know my stepsister's birthdays. It's not like we grew up together. Like we weren't little kids when our parents got together. So even though I still consider them like family in the sense of literally our parents got married, so we are a blended family, I don't know their birthdays and stuff. So I don't actually know how old they are. I just know they're older than me. Um, yeah, we didn't grow up together. We weren't little kids together. We weren't little kids when our parents got together. So I actually don't know. I don't know. I should probably find out. I feel like that's something I should know, but I don't know. You said I'm not sure of stepsister's age since I never met her. She got married and dipped with her husband. Lucky. Okay, so we're kind of in a similar boat where it's like I don't know my step sibling's age. You make me feel better about that. Although in your case, it's also literally because she just fucked off into the wide blue yonder to get away from him because he's so unbearable as a person. Yeah, she is lucky that she gets to be away from him, Rip. You'll get to be away from him one day too, don't worry. I feel like I should read another post. I don't want to derail our conversation, but I also realize that if people are coming here for that, then I should probably actually do some more. Let's do this one. Anna Palehorse posted this 8 days ago. Scariest thing I've ever seen. When I was 17, I went off to college and wasn't really prepared for all of it. I didn't have a car and was very introverted. Oh, that's so relatable. Worst of all, I had very little financial aid left after paying my tuition. Oof. That probably hurt. So I felt very lucky finding a friend almost immediately. He was a year older with some college experience and he was rich. I just love the I love that it just says and he was rich. So he would buy me food when we went out. One time he invited me to go with him as a date to a charity event that the mayor was hosting. Kind of rich people bullshit, the fucking mayor? But almost immediately after arriving, my friend ditched me to go flirt with some older ladies. He wanted him a sugar mama. This is what he wanted. I decided to go off and find my own fun. I mean, he already ditched you, that's fair. The event was taking place in this immense mansion, so there were many empty halls and rooms to explore. Oh, that's probably haunted as shit. The sound of the party got further away as I made my way towards corridors covered in unusual art. Oh, okay. Unusual as in like cursed, or unusual as in this is some rich people bullshit and it's literally a dot with a line through it. Hold on. Let's see what she's let's see what she says. It was getting dark outside. I could see the skyline windows? Maybe she means through the windows. But this side of the house was oddly illuminated only by candles. Interesting. She never said why the art was unusual, though. I'm so curious. Hadn't seen another guest in over an hour, so I felt safe going into the vacant rooms, and I guess kind of. Wait, the house is big enough that you could wander around for an hour and not run into anyone? Question mark? Jesus. Okay. I hadn't seen another guest for over an hour, so I felt safe going into one of the vacant rooms. Right, that's where we were. And I guess I kind of rummaged through personal belongings? Girl! They are gonna arrest you for thievery! What do you mean you're going through their room? I found some odd looking books that were written in symbols I couldn't understand. I secretly wanted to take one. Oh my god! The poor decision making. So not only are you just going willy-nilly through someone's house, you actually started going through their shit. And then you thought about stealing? Jesus Christ. Um, Secretly wanted to take one and was in the process of shoving it under my clothes when I heard a voice down the hall. What the actual hell? Who? What? It wasn't coming from the direction of the gala, but in the opposite direction from one of the rooms I hadn't gone into. There was an amber light pouring from the room, so I could guess they had a fireplace in there. Crept along the hall till I was almost in front of the open door. What the actual hell is wrong with this person? There is so much wrong with this that has nothing to do with the supernatural. What the actual hell? You're sneaking around in someone's house, you're going through their shit, you're in the process of stealing their shit, and now you're eavesdropping on their conversations? What the fuck? I. This is how you accidentally witness murders. This is like the plot to I don't even know, a Law and Order episode or Criminal Minds or something. What the hell? Anyway, front of the open door, stood quietly listening. I could hear three male voices talking in the room. I went slowly to my knees and leaned closer. What is wrong with you? Now I had a better vantage and could see two older men and one younger. The older men were having a heated discussion about returning home. It was hard to hear all of what they were saying, but it seemed the younger man was afraid and keeping his distance. What the actual hell? What am I? This just makes no sense. It really doesn't. Like, real or fabricated, it makes no sense. I'm just sitting here like, okay, okay, grand larceny. Like what? Oh my god. I'm speechless. Um, Turning home. Hard to hear all of what they were saying, but it seemed the younger man was afraid and keeping his distance. Suddenly, the oldest of the men stomped over to the younger man and grabbed his arm, yanking him into a standing position. Then he said, "You'll do as you're told. We return now." The old man then dragged the young man to a long oval shaped mirror I hadn't noticed before. The older man walked to the mirror too. They all stood in front of it. Okay, where is this going? What the actual hell? I still can't get over the fact that OP is just blithely going through all these criminal ass behaviors. uh, they all stood in front of it. The oldest man then said, "Key, open the door now." The mirror looked as if it was shimmering for a split second, then stopped. The reflection of the three men then changed. Okay. Their faces were not human. The best way I've been able to describe them was something. What? Bruh, I think you had some magic mushrooms. Described them with something draconian. It was human, but with a snout, scales, and teeth. Their eyebrows were ridged like lizards. As I watched in shock and horror, they walked into the mirror, and I sat back and realized I stopped breathing. No, what I think you did is you had a bad trip. Ah, that apparently involves imagining criminal activity. Because really, who thinks that going through someone's belongings and stealing from them. Oh my god. Bruh, even if it was a story, just imagine going to someone's house for a party and just deciding to be a criminal. Like, what the hell? I was just dying over that. Magic had said he had too many brownies, yeah. Like, what? It reads like an Illuminati lizard people conspiracy story, which is perhaps what it's inspired by. But I just can't get over the main character slash original poster, depending on what you think. I think either they were high or they made this up. But I'm just dying over the decision to be just fully lean into the criminality. Um that's killing me. They just stood up and ran, kept running till I got to the park that was adjacent to my dorms, only told my therapist when I was 32 and she didn't believe me. Gee, I wonder why. I'm just like, bro, if you didn't make this up, I'm concerned for you. Either that or no, even if it was a trip, I'd still be concerned for you because holy god, what a trip. It's like, bro, was it though? Was it entertaining? Because the fact that they had the character jump straight to criminality was just killing me. They were like, and then we they really said, and then we cased and robbed the joint. Like, what? I'm like, this escalated quickly. Like, what? This escalated quickly. I understand putting fake stories or conspiracy theories. I just don't understand the element of criminality that entered the group chat. Like, how did their character go from and I was at a party to and then I was robbing the place? Like, what the hell? Who does that? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm just sitting here like, that is such a strange direction to take this story. That is such a weird, like, escalation of Like what? I'm just sitting here like, why? Why would your mind go to that? Why is this what you have them do? I don't know. Like, I'm just like, why? Why? I don't think I've ever come across a fake story where they just straight up have their character be a criminal. I don't think I have. Her number's honestly probably the same, but nah, I'm not gonna share it. I mean, would it be absolutely hysterical to see her have to pay for an international call? Because I'm sure she'd pass out at the bill, but no, I don't think you should call her. That would be weird. It's probably the same. Oh, I didn't think it saw the. I guess it did see the lure. Never mind. It very much saw it. No, it's not worth it. Besides, I have no idea if she would try to retaliate and like do something to me. She's crazy. I'm not gonna tempt fate. For all I know, her talking to you would piss her off so much that she decided to try to kill me or something. Dude, she already almost killed me once. I don't want to give her a reason to try again, you know? Like, legitimately, if something ever happened to me and it came up that I was murdered, she should definitely be investigated as a part of the inquiry as a person of interest. Because I don't think I would put it past her. My brother would probably say that he didn't think she would do it, but honestly, the last time she tried to kill me, she was just so angry and like not thinking about it and just attacking me in a rage that I could easily see her if she got enraged again attacking me and like not even thinking about the consequences until I was, you know, no longer here. Like I don't think it would be premeditated. I think she would just end up attacking me in a rage and it would just end very poorly for me, you know. Then again, it has been almost a decade since she attacked me. We are both older. I've gotten stronger. Hopefully, she's gotten weaker, so I'd at least have a chance to defend myself. I don't know. It was just so scary, man. I just don't want to be in that position again. It was one of the last things that that had happened, one of the last major events, and it just really showed me that I needed to get out. Cause it's not like I felt safe there, but before that point, I don't know if I thought she would go that far. And then she did, and it was just like I don't know, like losing some kind of whatever kind of naivety, innocence, I don't know that was remaining was just stripped away. Anyway, you said I like other religions because it's interesting to see their point of view. But I remember while streaming I got a viewer that gave me your mom vibes. Oh. A violent narcissist who's also racist, xenophobic, and deeply offensive towards other religions? Jesus Christ. Are you okay? You got a viewer like that? Ugh, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Oh my god, what the hell? Is this one of those Venus's flower thingies? God, we almost had it too. This is gonna take forever. Why? We are so close. Why? You said prick that told me something about my prophet. Oh, he said something offensive about the prophet and that Christianity was better. And quote, that you should go back to your country despite you never leaving your country. I don't know if he was purposely trying to say the most offensive thing possible to like instigate a fight or if he's so ignorant that he just both hates immigrants and assumes everyone is an immigrant. I don't know. It's just such a. I'm not even shocked at the progression, honestly. It definitely sounds like something someone would say. Did you end up like blocking and banning or reporting that guy? I'm just assuming it's a guy because statistically, as it tends to happen, it's usually a guy being a dick like that. I don't know why. Purely based on statistics, it's usually a young, cisgender, heterosexual, able bodied white male between the ages of 20 and 40. Does that mean that every person that acts like that fits exactly into that demographic? No, of course not. But statistically speaking, that's probably who it was. Oh, is your BF a moderator for your, I guess, channel is the right word? Good. I don't actually have any moderators, but that's okay because there's not usually that many people to moderate. I've never had more than 25 at a time, so. And usually it's like 10. It's not like I'm swarming with viewers over here. No, the same like 20 to 30 people are the regular audience, but they're never all here at the same time. So I don't usually actually need someone to help moderate because normally it's just like even when y'all are here, you don't like talk. You know what I mean? There are a lot of lurkers, which is fine. But I will say there are a lot of people who will come by all the time but not talk. Yeah. But yeah, that's why I haven't really worried about having a moderator. Cause it's like it's not like I need the extra help right now. It's not like there's 75,000 people or whatever. Cause there's not. There's very few people that have that many viewers at the same time to begin with. So you said you just didn't want to answer since my religion told us to be respectful of other beliefs. Interesting. You have said that multiple times, yes. Which I appreciate because the amount of religious vitriol and discrimination that I've not only experienced myself, but seen others experience or seen, like, disseminated is just shocking. And I hate it. I don't know why people can't just leave people alone. Like, damn. And of course, as an American, it completely falls into the stereotype of pretty much literally every extremely discriminatory person I've seen, like, as in discriminating against people with a religious justification, has been Christians discriminating against other people, but then they love to turn around and say they're the ones that are persecuted. And I'm just like, no, you're not persecuted. It's that no one likes you because you persecute everyone else. It just gets really annoying really quickly. It's like there's a reason it's the stereotype. There is a reason. I've met so many people who are actually like that, and I hate it. I've grown up around people who are actually like that, and I hate it. Ugh, God, can't they just leave people alone and let them do their thing? Like, I don't get why it matters so much to some people if you pray, or how you pray, or how many times you pray, or who you pray to. Why does it matter? Let them live their life. God. I don't get it. Let people live. Wish more people could be like you, Magic Hat. You said you made him a mod because because he's your lover and he's more strict. I mean, yeah, he cares about you and takes your safety seriously, so it actually makes a lot of sense for him to be a mod. Honestly, despite my smaller viewership, I probably should go ahead and make my husband a, God fucking damn it, a mod. Why? Why? Are we just not we're just not gonna get this, are we? Am I not allowed to just cast straight out? Because there's like no. Apparently, there's no way I'm gonna be able to get this stupid fucking fish. I'm getting frustrated. If you couldn't tell. Yeah, it's you were not gonna reach it there. Finally. What is it, by the way? A moray eel. Nice. Wait a minute. You said the funny thing is we and Christians believe the same thing, but with a different prophet and praying style. Yeah, that sounds about right. And obviously, there are certain customs within each religion that may or may not be followed. But yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Exactly. There's really not that much differentiating the two in many in many ways. Can we not stack these? Well, that's rude. Fine, I'll put it over here. Y'all suck. Y'all is in the like I don't know, game mechanics. How rude of it. I thought my husband came home, but he's yet to come inside, so. Wait, is it even time for him to come home? No, it's not. It's early. I thought I heard the door opening, but I guess not. Or I guess he could have come home temporarily for something and then left again, but that's a little weird. Hold on. Let me text him. I don't know. I'm convinced some people just like being ugly to other people. And please know when I say ugly, I don't mean like physical appearance. It's just so discouraging. It really is. Because it's just like, why? This is so unnecessary. This is so stupid. You know? Like, y'all don't have to be this way. I just don't get it. Like, all the, like, awful shit, it just seems so unnecessary. It just seems so extra. Like, it feels like it's done for no reason. You said to each their own. I'll welcome whatever people believe just to put a good name for my beliefs. Aw. Yeah, you're right. I don't understand the hate either. Yeah. Relatedly, let's see. There's some kind of post about an old church. Are we down for that? To be fair, old churches are kind of creepy. No offense, but I mean, they've seen some shit. They're old. Pretty much any place that's old has seen some shit trademark, and I'm just like, side eye. I'm just saying. It's this post. It's literally just titled "The Old Church." So by Dude McGuyington, which is hilarious. When I was younger, I used to live next to this very old and rundown church. Uh, First sentence is already just, it's gonna deliver something. This church was one of the town's original buildings from the late 1800s. Oh, fuck that. It had been remodeled a few times, but mostly the building had maintained its original design. It was a large, square, white plaster sided building with a very short bell tower capping the top of the roof. The church had gone through several owners for various reasons and had also been used for several purposes while I was growing up. Wait, gone through several. Well, I guess it makes sense that some living person or other has to have the actual deed to the land that the church is on. But I was just sitting here thinking, someone owns the church? Like, I guess it makes sense, but also that's such a weird concept. Because religiously, I'm sure they'd either say that the church belonged to no one or that it belonged to God or whatever. But yeah, I guess it makes sense that the deed is in someone's name because, legally the land does have to belong to someone in the society we live in. So that tracks. Let's see. What do you mean used for several purposes? What do you use a church for besides church shit? Genuine question. What do you do with it if it's not a church? Because you just said it's a church. So what are you doing in it if you're not churching it up? I'm confused. I'm just gonna sell this one stone because it's kind of in the way. Okay. When I was very young, it was basically abandoned and kids would sometimes play in it. Oh, abandoned churches are always so creepy. Um, okay. I never really liked being in that church. It made me feel uncomfortable, so I would rarely go into the church even when other kids were there. At some point, it became a night school. Oh, okay, okay. I guess that makes sense. I guess it makes sense for a church to be used as a schoolhouse as well. The teenagers that had to attend the school would say they would see spooky things. Spooky things. I love how specific this is. They'd see spooky things out of the corner of their eye or hear strange sounds when no one was talking. Very shortly after becoming a night school, they moved the school to another building. Okay, they said it was because they needed more space, but all the teens joked that it was because the teachers were frightened of the building. Ah, I don't even know what to say to this. I really don't. After being empty for another year or so, it was rented out to a family who turned it into their house. That is just weird. I can't imagine being a family and being like, hell yeah, I want to rent out this abandoned church as a house. That's weird. Like, even if you're, not religiously or spiritually inclined, is this not, like, weird somehow? Or sacrilegious? Or just creepy? I don't know. Like, I feel like I wouldn't want that. Um, the family was lower middle class, just like my family, and they rented it because it was cheap. Yeah, but there are a lot of cheap places. Like you had options, you know. I mean, surely there were other buildings or pieces of land to rent that were not the creepy haunted old church. Anyway, their living room was basically the bottom floor of the building since the church hadn't been remodeled into a proper house. So their living room's the basement? That's creepy. It was just being used as one. Even then, I didn't really like that church. It was directly attached to our yard, and I wouldn't get too close to it at night because it creeped me out. They really said the vibes were rancid. Despite the creepy church house, our families became fairly close in the short time they lived there, and my mom would babysit their infant for them pretty often. I was around 13 at the time, and was friends with the two other kids who lived in the church. I'm sorry, but it's just so weird to read that they lived in the church. Like, it's just so weird. I'm I'm sorry, but also I'm not sorry. Like, that's just a little weird to me, you know. Um, Hold on, my eyes watering a little bit. I don't know. Am I being too judgmental? Am I? I just feel like it's weird to be like, I'm going to live in this old abandoned church. Is that not weird? Anyway. They would tell me they thought the church was a little creepy at night too, but nothing really interesting had happened to them. I love that the family that actually lives there is like, oh yeah, it's totally creepy. We just also live here. Like, what? One night, my younger sister got scared of something and woke me up. She said she heard something weird outside her window and wanted me to check it out for her. Bro, she wanted you to take one for the team. Her bedroom window's on the second floor and faces the church. Oh, love that. Love that. Okay. Yeah, sis really said, hey, can you take one for the team? This is creepy. Now, I'm not super keen on doing this, but I feel I have to, so I do it anyway. Why do you feel like you have to? You could have just told her to go the fuck to sleep. I would have just been like, go to sleep, it's fine. Oh my god, you're nicer than me. You are nicer than me. I would have just told her to shut up and go to sleep. Like, not gonna cap. I would have told her to just shut up and go to sleep. Um, I get to her window and look outside to my To my relief, I don't see anything of interest. I love how they braced themselves to be traumatized and were like, oh, thank God, there's nothing. No marks on the window, nothing outside in the yard, and no cliche branches rubbing. I began to tell her it's fine when we both hear what sounds like a baby crying in the distance. Okay. That's not that alarming. The neighbor has a baby, right? I realize it must be the neighbor's baby, see, and tell her not to worry about it. I think to myself their baby must be incredibly loud for us to hear it over here. Okay, fair point. It is weird that you can hear it all the way over there, but well. Hmm. I take another look out the window to see a woman in a red dress walking by the church window, cradling what must have been the baby. I get, I get chills down my spine and look away quickly. I love how they're like, ah, nothing to see here, and they look again, and then there's just someone walking by. Wait, what? See, you shouldn't have taken that second look. You should have just gone to bed. I assume it was my neighbor's mom and decided to go back to bed. If that's what you need to tell yourself to sleep at night, then yes, absolutely, it was definitely your neighbor's mom. A few months later, it's the neighbor's turn to babysit us for my mom. My sister and I have to stay the night in the creepy church with her neighbors. I'm sorry, I'm dying over that. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, they're sleeping in the creep church. Oh, okay. No. The neighbor I'm sorry. The neighbor kids showed us around their house to make sure we knew where everything was. The two kids' bedrooms were upstairs next to the nursery they set up for the baby. Mom and Dad's room was downstairs because it was the biggest bedroom. The kitchen and bathroom were downstairs and attached to the living room. It was an interesting layout for a house, but it was obviously still just a church with the living room set up in the main hall. I don't I I'm I don't know what to say. We spent most of the night watching movies and cartoons and were successfully distracted for the majority of the evening. Eventually, it was bedtime, so we rolled out our sleeping bags and went to sleep in the living room. Oh, you went to sleep in the living room? Okay. It's I don't know why I said it that way. At some point in the night, we were all woken up by the baby crying from upstairs. It was annoyingly loud. We hoped the baby would just stop on its own, but after waiting for a while, the neighbor kid decided it was time to wake up their parents. Wait, the parents are just letting it cry? The mom came out of their room wondering what was wrong, and we told her the baby was crying. She looked really confused and listened for a moment and obviously heard the baby crying. Okay. She then turned around and woke up her husband and said something to him in a frightened tone. Sorry, I'm randomly sound a little congested, but my nose is doing the thing again. It was dark, so we couldn't see much into their bedroom, but after a moment, she came out of their bedroom holding their sleeping baby. The crying continued. Oh, fuck that. Her husband comes out of their bedroom holding a broom like a baseball bat and tells us all to stay downstairs. I love that he's just ready to bludgeon the ghost or whatever to death. He just comes out with just armed. We're all terrified and go into the living room to sit on the couch and wait for him to come back. As he climbs the squeaking stairs, we can still hear the baby crying, while their baby's still fast asleep. Suddenly, the crying stops. You can hear the husband walking around on the old floorboards, creaking with every step. Yeah, that okay. He yells, "Come on out or I'm calling the police." No response. After a while of creaking floorboards, he comes back downstairs and shrugs his shoulders. Probably an injured animal or something. We must have scared it away, he says. Despite that, we all spent the rest of the evening by the couch together. I love how he gives that explanation and is still himself scared. He's like, ah, I'm sure it's just an animal, but I'm gonna stay in here with all of you, definitely to make you feel better, not me. They moved away shortly. Of course they did. Oh my god, they moved away shortly after. That's hilarious. Um Wow, and the church remained uninhabited for several years after that. A few years after the baby incident, I became friends with someone who had moved into the house across the street from that church after I had moved away. When I learned he'd lived across the street from where I used to live, I told him how I always hated that church. He agreed, and before I could tell him the story, he told me one of his own. Oh shit. He told me he'd once been getting home late when he thought he heard someone yelling in the distance. He wasn't able to make out words, but he was sure he heard someone yelling something from far away, so he started looking around when he spotted a woman in a red dress circling inside the bell tower of the church, walking where there used to be a floor. His story made me shudder as I remembered the woman outside my sister's window. Ah, okay. I was absolutely dying over their reactions. Someone said this is one of the creepiest things I've read on Reddit. uh, God. Ah. Magic Hat has snacks. Is there a way to mark him as? Hold on. I'm trying to do something in chat. Give me. Maybe he is already a moderator. How do I tell? Hold on. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I don't really know what I'm doing. How do I assign it? Alright, give me 1 second. I actually don't know how you tell. But, I'm sure he can help me figure it out. Anyway, I need a minute for my nose anyway, because I don't know what is going on with that thing. Mm-mm-mm. Anyway, let's see. Oh, then he is not. And I don't know how to make him one. Maybe I need to be... I don't know if I need to look in the web or if it's something I can see through the app on my phone. Let me open up the app on my phone and like see if it's something I can assign. Like if I go into the stream and look at my like chat. Um, well that's not helpful. For some reason it's not letting me even send messages. Okay, that's weird. Is there a way, maybe in the part where you search other users? Wait. I'm sorry that she's just kind of floating in the ocean while I try to figure this out, but I can't really have her swim around and figure this out, so just like give me 2 seconds. Like, I feel like it would help if I knew what I was doing, but I don't know what I'm doing, so that's fun. This is so annoying. Okay, so I don't think I can do it from the app, so I'll try to, let me look at the web page next. Um, uh, mm, how do I do this? Maybe that? It shows, no, that shows every action that's been taken by a mod, but since I'm the only one who can actually moderate, they're all actions I've taken. This is just so frustrating. What good news? And no, it doesn't give me a mod option. Hold on. Ugh! Jesus Christ, this is frustrating because I don't know what I'm doing. Also, it's got hot for some reason. Um, there we go. Ah, turn the fan on. Yeah, I have no clue. I love that she's just drifting slowly to, that's not me. She's just drifting. I'm still trying to figure out how to manage prediction. Don't know what that means. Stream together. That's self-explanatory. I don't want to raid, but that action is at least self-explanatory. Yeah, I don't know. This is getting really annoying. I have no clue. I don't know if I did the thing or not. Oh, is your fever finally breaking? There we go. I think I did add him somehow. That's fun. God, that was hell. And for what? Anyway, there we go. Fuck. I'm so sorry. Alright. Oh, okay. It says granted moderator privileges to. Yep. Yees. There we go. He isn't the only one. Evil laughter. Okay. God, I'm so sorry, but I did not know what I was doing. So that took far longer than it should have. Ah, that's kind of embarrassing, but whatever. Did you notice something, Magic Cat? Did you notice something? I need to find. Let's see. Let's do new. Why is this just? Why is this just labeled George? Okay, that's fair. What's this? What's your scariest ghost experience? Tell us your scariest, weirdest, most interesting ghost experiences. And there are no comments. Well, to be fair, it was posted 3 hours ago, so it is fairly recent. Also, yeah, I have to go back to shore. At least I'm like right close. You said the power I have. Yes, you have power. Let me just say, must have imagined it then. He said that was not him earlier, so I'm like, well, maybe I imagined it. Maybe because I was thinking about him, and it would put him on my mind, and that's it. Like maybe, maybe I was just thinking about him, and that's why I thought I heard him come in. Either that, or I suppose the garage door could have malfunctioned and opened on its own randomly. But I probably either, or I guess another option is I heard someone else's garage open randomly and somehow thought it was ours. I don't know. I don't know why I went to get the barnacle. I guess I forgot. Yes, I forgot that quickly. Whew. It's so weird because I feel like some short-term memory stuff, it's like goldfish, but then some long-term stuff, like the shit that really sticks with you and just never leaves, elephant's memory. And it's just like there's no in between. It's either gone instantly or stays there forever. Hold on. Nope, I was off. Hold on. There we go. Donner Lake and the forest around it. So I met someone recently who told me that the woods around Donner Lake near, would you pronounce that Truckee? California are supposedly haunted and home to mysterious noises and figures, maybe even some type of indigenous spirit that starts with the letter W activity. Anyone from CA have stories about Donner Lake or the town? I did I just see? I swear I saw two more things spit water. Right? We saw two, right? Yep. Okay. Thought so. I think it was about, yeah, there. Oh God, that was way off. No, beside it, beside it, beside it, girl, please. Okay, dang. Okay, so then there's a third one. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Was it? Yeah. Hold on. There we go. Because I wanted to dig in the right place. And no one responded to that either. Hmm. I love how this person freaked themselves out. They said, I was watching all parts of Paranormal Activity last night and was alone. I slept around 4 in the morning, and when I woke up, I had scratches on my back and arms. Is this normal? Should I be afraid? FYI, I live alone. I mean, I feel like you're just in a heightened state of, I don't mean this the wrong way, but paranoia because of watching those scary movies and scratched yourself in your sleep. Like, everything's not some nefarious spirit plot to steal your soul or whatever. Is that what people think nowadays? I don't know. Someone said, is it where you could reach? I scratch myself all the time. So let's see what they say, because I just kind of assume they scratch themselves. They said they're really tough to reach even when I'm sleeping, but not impossible, right? I don't know. I just feel like their state of mind was kind of fucked after watching that movie, and they definitely could have been scratching themselves either due to nerves or a dream they were having, or it could have just literally been an accident, like scraping themselves against the wall or something, or hitting the nightstand or something, and is just completely unrelated. Anyway, I don't think it's that deep. Hmm. This says ghost who steals food, but honestly, I would be worried about a wild animal sneaking in and like stealing food. Like I would be worried it was a wild animal, not a damn ghost. I'm not even a skeptic, but my mind immediately went to, is there a wild animal sneaking into their house and stealing food? Not, a ghost is stealing their food. Like, what? It's like, I swear to God, people blame spirits for everything. And it's like, did you think of literally any other reason your food could be disappearing? Like, I don't know, a small animal or even a person sneaking into your house and stealing food? I know that too sounds paranoid, but I feel like it sounds more logical than immediately assuming a ghost is stealing your food. Like, if you had food going missing, would you not think, like, I don't know, rats or a raccoon or a stray cat or something? Not a fucking poltergeist. I'm so confused. Why do people automatically think ghost anytime something happens? Just literally anytime anything happens, they think ghost. And I'm like, but why? That's not even a ghost thing. Like, I'm so confused. Sorry, I love how I didn't even read the post. I'm just ranting about the title. Magic has said, I remember when I saw a kid, mom told me not to. I guess you mean when you were a kid? Mom told me not to watch a scary movie with them. Uh-huh, but I insisted and it left me scared for months. This is what I'm saying. Like sometimes people scare themselves a little too much and then they get super worked up and then they think that everything is like a haunting. Cuz again, I'm not a skeptic. I do think ghosts exist. I do think spirits are real, you know. obviously, if I didn't think spirits are real, I wouldn't be able to have the religion I do, but it's so wild that their first thought for so many things is a ghost did it. It's like, did you even check to make sure you don't have mice? Did you? Okay, my husband's calling. Give me 2 seconds. I'm back. He was just telling me he's going to be late so that I don't worry. Cause yeah, obviously I don't need to. I'm not one of those people who needs to know like where you are every second of the day down to how long it takes you to be at the stoplight. Like I'm not obsessive. It's just like, if you're gonna be late, let me know so I don't think that you got in some horrible accident and are laying dying somewhere instead of just nipping to the store. That, and it's good to know so I don't cook everything and then like there be no one to eat it for like 2 hours and it be cold and shit. It's just good to know. Let's see what Magic Hat said. Um, the movie that Magic Hat was talking about earlier, it was about a lady being cursed by an old lady because she owed her something, and that left me scared to take anything from others. Like for once, my dad friend gave. I was. Oh wow. I'm so curious. I wonder what movie it was. I remember they love doing movies where they have an old lady curse you, don't they? But anyway, the movie I'm thinking of when you said that, there was this movie from back in the day called Drag Me to Hell, and she was also cursed by an old lady, but it wasn't because she owed her. I don't actually remember. I feel like it was something like she accidentally hit the old lady with her car or like almost hit her with her car or something, or the old lady was trying to cross the street and she like got mad and like road rage yelled at her. I don't remember. It was something like that. And then the old lady cursed her. Um she gave her I feel like she gave her a cursed object, and the woman kept trying to return the object because she obviously didn't want to be cursed. And yeah, I don't know. It's been like I don't even know, a decade since that movie came out. Why do they always have old ladies cursing people in movies? Is it just the stereotype that all old ladies are magical or that all witches are old or something? Why is it always someone's grandma cursing? Hmm. You said you kept the money locked up for a year without touching it because you were so traumatized from watching that horror movie. Oh boy. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Uh, I'm trying to find something decent. Stop it. Bad computer. Really? This I'm not gonna read this one because I'm just kind of dying at the title. It said supernatural experience that made you decide to stop using Ouija boards. What is everyone's obsession with? Why are y'all obsessed with these boards? It's not that deep. It's not some inherently cursed object. And if you're that scared, stop touching it. Jesus Christ. Hmm. So this is saying my name in the middle of the night? It says no, I don't think this is paranormal or anything. Then why is it here? But it only happens when I'm home alone, and this has happened 3 or 4 times. I'll be sleeping, and the first 3 different occasions I heard a man's voice say my name. I mean, that could be paranormal. Or, depending on if you live in an apartment, I suppose someone could be whispering your name through the vents. Either way, that's creepy. First time it happened, I responded, then realized I live alone. I'm weak. You responded and then realized you lived alone. I'm crying. You're like, who was that? The few other occasions would be the same thing, a man's voice saying my name. Why are you responding? The recent occasion, it was a woman's voice. Now I'm not sure if it's me dreaming or what's going on, but it's creepy and weird. Oh my god. And then I realized I live alone. How do you forget that you live alone? Okay. There's no updates or anything to it though. They're just like someone saying their name and they live alone. I can see why that would be unnerving because, you live alone. What's this? Early morning noises. That's so vague. Hmm. Trent the Tent. Oh my god, I love. This is why I love Reddit names. Trent the Tent. Bless. That sounds like a children's book title. Okay, so I know I know the title may not be very much, but I'll get into it. Recently I moved into a new house. It's quite nice actually. First time having 2 bathrooms, but whatever, that's not what you're here for. You're not wrong. We're not here for your bathroom. I'd say 2 weeks ago now, it was about 8 p.m. and I let my dog out to the backyard to use the bathroom. It was quiet but relaxing until I heard a whisper that sounded like an old man saying hello. I wasn't very scared, more shocked. This house was built in 1972. Oh, so it's old as balls. Yeah, it's probably haunted. Nothing happened after that until the next morning. I woke up as usual and my parents and I said to myself, maybe my parents are home. I go to check and the house is empty. The same thing happened next morning. I checked to make sure it wasn't an intruder, not a single soul in the house. Now, I watch a lot of Sam and Colby. If you know, I've never heard of those people. If you know who they are, so I assume it could have been my mind playing tricks on me. I mean, this is gonna sound bad, but have you also considered you may have like mice or rats or even squirrels? I'm just saying. I'm not even a skeptic, but I'm just saying. You're home alone and you heard the cupboard open, and obviously you didn't open it and no other human is there. But to be totally fair, it may not actually be spooky. You could just have mice. Please check on that. I've known people who had mice and they were, what's the word, crawling around in their cupboard, in their fucking pots and pans. making sounds, scaring them. So, that's a thing. Please check. Especially because cleanliness. Please check. You said you love watching them. I guess you mean the salmon. What was it? What was it? Salmon. I've never. Who are they? I don't know who that is. Well, I know three Sams, but I assume none of them are the Sam this is referring to. So what is this? Hmm. I love that it says, "Am I being haunted by an old man?" Question mark. Specifically, an old man. What? Maybe they're seeing an old man. I guess we'll find out. Let's see. Let's see. Before you start reading, I'll give you some context. My house was built circa 1850. Oh, that shit's haunted. And is a former manor house split into four separate homes. What in the hell? That sounds super fancy. In the time since it was a manor house, it has been a boys' school. Oh, yeah. I don't know why, but schools are always haunted. A hospital for the injured throughout the World War II, and also a hotel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is haunted. Between the hospital, the hotel, and the school, that shit is all haunted. Part of it might even be cursed. Then it was changed into homes in the 1960s, so already you can tell there's some history. You think? I've lived in this house since I was 6, and I've never felt that I've been spiritually connected, okay? However, some weird things have happened to me that made me question my beliefs with the spirit world. I'm not able to tell whether these are real experiences or night terrors or even my own imagination. First of all, it begins with my sister. She's older than me by 18 months, but was always much more mature. Okay. She used to complain an old man. Wait. She used to complain an old man was laying on her chest at night to the point that she couldn't breathe. I understand that people would assume this was like night terrors, but I'm not gonna lie. I was alarmed when he said there was an old man laying on her, just saying. Like I was just immediately terrified someone was sneaking into her room at night. Um Sorry, I just had to say that. Anyway, she experienced this more than once and complained to my parents, but they dismissed it as night terrors. Why did they not verify there's not an actual old man sneaking into their child's room? This is so reckless. Anyway, I at the moment never experienced a thing. However, I got older and my sister moved out of our shared bedroom and she moved out with her now husband. Okay. All right. That's when I started to experience multiple occasions an old man standing in the corner of my bedroom or looming over me while I slept. Oh, hell no. Nope, nope, gone. Nope, not staying for that. That's very, very unfortunate. Even felt someone poking my leg while I slept and tickling my feet. Weird, I know. I then moved out myself for a bit and never experienced such things again. Oh, God, that's weird. Okay. Da, 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 da. Never experienced such things again until recently. This wasn't in my family home, but it was Eastwell Manor. It was at Eastwell Manor, a spa break. I feel it could still be connected. Part of me feels it's a night terror. Okay. Part of you feels it's a night terror. Hold on. Hold on. Hold that thought. Ha! Okay. Part of me feels it's a night terror, but part of me also feels it could be something more. I went to sleep and an hour later I got woken up by this old man lying on top of me and angrily holding my neck. I can remember every feature of his face, his bright blue eyes, and his stubble and the anger. I was crying and screaming, and my boyfriend turned on the light and tried to snap me out of it. Jesus Christ. But as he was holding me, I could only see the old man's face. Jesus Christ, until it faded away and I finally saw my boyfriend. This is traumatizing. My boyfriend said he could see the pure terror in my eyes and that I was staring straight through him. This experience shook me up so much, my legs were shaking to the point I couldn't walk or stop crying. This made us pack our bags in the middle of the night and go back to my family home. I've never experienced anything like this living anywhere else. Uh, then she just says her sister has not experienced since leaving the home 6 years ago, and she has also not had anything happen since living in a converted cabin in the garden. What the actual hell? Magic Hat said, packing my bags. Hell no. Exactly. You said, given the history about the place, I guess you're saying you just wouldn't even stay. What do you mean, people who go to get haunted? Oh, the people that the Sam and Kobe. Okay. Okay. Why would you, why would someone want to subject themselves to that? I guess to like try to prove or disprove something? Like trying to prove or disprove the presence of spirits somewhere? I guess. Maybe. Question mark. Don't know why else they would do that. But hmm. Hmm. I don't want to just say 30 times, but yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I don't understand why you'd want to subject yourself to that on purpose. Oh, by the way, the Am I Being Haunted by an Old Man was by Plain Low 873. That's from 4 days ago. And I'm just like, nope, 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 nope. Nope. Um, mm, yeah, I just immediately was done. I was like, this is not the way or the life. This is not the way or the life. You said gave you too much info to imagine the old man. My bad. All I did was read what they said, though. Like, uh, technically they gave over the information, but also, in about 15 minutes at 2.5 hours, I'm gonna, like, take a break. I'm not leaving, but my legs hurt. Honestly, her and her sister's experience sounds so traumatizing, though. But yeah, I would have been worried that was like a real person sneaking in their house. Hey, hey, hey. I swear every time. pretty pretty blue eye. I don't think their prettiness is what you'd be thinking about if he was, crushing the life out of you. But yeah, awkward pause. I don't know what to say. Ugh. Okay. Wait, what about Grumpy? You said listen, listen, love. Some people might be into. I mean, some people are, but So this is by Wonderful Brush 6405. Ghost call? Question mark. 4 days ago. Years ago, my family was just hanging out, which included my sibling, dad, possibly my uncle. Not 100% sure if he was there or not. I think he was over though. Wait, you're not sure if he was there? Okay, anyway. Anyways, my dad got a call from our grandma. Now, an important thing to note is she's in her 70s at this time, and her husband don't really know technology and had only kept phones at their house at the time. I guess you mean like a landline? Because surely a phone is technology. Well, even a landline phone would be technology. Am I being picky? I feel like I'm being picky. I feel like I'm being nitpicky. I'm sorry. He picked it up and could hear a woman talking with a man. He assumed it was our grandma and her husband and that they accidentally dialed. And I'm guessing it wasn't by their reaction. So he just kept saying, Mom, trying to get her attention. At one point, the phone was on speaker and we could all hear it. He ended up ending the call and calling our grandma's husband's phone and didn't get an answer. We all just kind of shook it off as our grandma couldn't hear very well and may have accidentally called. Okay, 10 minutes later, our grandma's husband called our dad back. They had been at the store the whole time with the phones in the kitchen. The TV hadn't been on either. Not long after, the call had disappeared from our dad's phone. Not certain if it was a ghost, but it was certainly creepy. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if it was a spirit either, but yeah, as you said, quote, certainly creepy. Yes, exactly. It's like, does it really matter who slash what it was if it was creepy? No comments on it, by the way. My mom saw a guy from the 30s 5 days ago from Lame Staff. Magic Hat said, quote, always picky. I'm not always picky! I guess I do make a lot of criticisms for some people slash things slash actions. I don't know. Some stuff just seems like dumb to me. Whatever. Or weird, and I feel like I have to say something. I feel like I'm gonna have to deal with that soon. Anyway, Mom saw a guy from the 30s. This one is not my story, although I have many, but it's from my mom's. Here goes. She told me that when her and dad bought their very first house together, standard two up, two down in the city of Birmingham, UK, she said that dad would always arrive home earlier than her from work on weekdays, so when she got off the bus and walked to the door, she was surprised but not concerned to find my dad wasn't home yet. Okay. Hold on. Oh, crap. Never mind. I ruined it. Okay. Home yet. She put the kettle on and went to go upstairs. Okay. To change out of her work attire. As she looked up towards the landing, she said she saw a man in army clothes, and she saw him hanging from the ceiling. I'll also add my mom has a very strong connection with the other side and has plenty of other weird stories she's told me. Anyway, she started to scream, and well, I guess that would be alarming. Okay. She started to scream and run outside into the garden and waits until dad gets home and then tells him what she saw. My dad, being an absolute non believer, shrugs it off and says she's mental. Wow, fuck him. Anyway, a few days later, their neighbors who were in their 60s or 70s were pottering about. That's cute. In the front garden, and mom gets to chatting with them. She told them she felt uneasy and that she feels like there's someone lingering in the house and told them what she'd seen, apprehensively as she didn't want them to think she was mental too. Remember, this was the 70s. The old lady said it's not the first time someone had strange feelings in the house, and it's not surprising, she told my mom, as there was a lad who was called to go join the army back in the war. Wow, I completely missed that. but refused to go and ultimately hid upstairs in the loft for months on end, hiding from police or the army or whoever. Sadly, he got so paranoid and scared he hung himself up there, and his parents found him. My mom always said she didn't find the presence scary or malicious, just knew someone was there who shouldn't be anymore. And obviously, with what she saw, she kind of knew that someone didn't quite know what world he should be in. Very sad. She said that he stayed there until she kept speaking to him when she was alone in the house. She basically explained what had happened and that he no longer has to hide and to go enjoy the next part of his journey on the other side. Eventually, the weird stuff stopped. Hmm, that was sad. I feel like we need a moment of silence for this guy. I'm also surprised he didn't do the conscientious objector status. Because it's something that's supposed to work for the US, not for other places. It's something that's supposed to work for the US. Actually, did she say they were in the UK? That's probably why he didn't do it, because I don't know if the UK has the same um, legal framework for it. I don't know how they would treat it. But in the US, basically, you can be a conscientious objector, which is basically saying that, like, because of your religious beliefs, you can't participate in war. So it's a way to be exempt from fighting. So I was like, huh, well, if he had been in the US, he probably could have done that. And I don't think they got out of being drafted entirely. I think they just end up doing non-combat roles, like I don't know, like doing inventory or medical or something, you know. Wait, Magic Cat, why are you crying? Is it over the ghost who, you know? Yeah, that was sad. That one was sad. I'm glad she helped his spirit move on though. Sounds like he was stuck there. Yeah, it sounds like he might have been stuck. Mm, what's this? I'm trying to find one I that either sounds good or I don't know. Mm, okay, let's see. C Brown 8403. Oh, that name's not really exciting. Some of the Reddit names are kind of cool, but that one's just not. Okay, anyway. Mimicker strikes again. So a few months back, I shared some stories about my parents' haunted house. And there are dozens of stories from over the years, but I shared how there seems to be something that impersonates different members of my family. I remember that post. I think we read it together. It first happened years ago when my grandmother lived with my parents. One time my grandma got furious with my mom. She said my mom had been calling for her from the front of the house and hadn't responded when my grandma called back. The next time something similar happened, it happened to me. I was in my bathroom getting ready and heard my dad call my name from the front of the house. I called back and immediately went searching for him. He was outside and across the street talking to neighbors. It really freaked me out at the time because it sounded just like him and it said my name. Tonight, whatever this is struck again. My dad swears that he heard my mom calling from outside, only to discover right afterward that she was still inside. He's the biggest skeptic of the family. I think it gives credibility that three people have experienced something very similar. Would love to get everyone's opinion on what this is. Hmm. I don't think I have a specific opinion on what it is, but it does kind of seem more likely if it's happened to everyone in the family, especially if it happened more than once. Someone said that they think it's just a mimic and that it's harmless. Are mimics harmless? I have no clue. Hmm. I'm trying to look for. Mm, Haunted house in the woods? Fuck that. What? This is a story about my experience of the paranormal in a remote village? That sounds like a horror movie script. Okay, anyway, I was in my maternal uncle's house with two cousins, and around 11 p.m., one of the neighbors called my cousin's brother asking for the key of his house as he was there in their house last. Okay, that's alright. So I'll give a description of the area first. It's a very remote village where roads came recently. I guess they mean like paved roads or official roads versus like what, footpaths and dirt roads? I guess. I don't know. Before that, we used to walk through the woods to travel through the village. Yes, okay. Also, houses have big distances between them, 200 to 250 meters. I'm not sure how that converts to feet, but actually, was it that was it that 3 feet were in a meter? I think 3 feet are in. Oh, so that's quite far. So after the call, three of us went to his place. The way was quiet and creepy because after roads came down to connect the village, the woody ways were hardly used and it was getting covered by the bigger grasses, etc. Right, because no one's tramping it down anymore. We reached there and it was a wooden house. For reference, let's say 2 stories, but actually the ground floor had no rooms, but rather it was a place where they used to keep cows. What? There were no cows now. Why would you? I mean, I guess they do have to keep their livestock safe, but that's a little weird. It was all empty and above us where they live, but at the time, no one of his family was there, and also he had arrived just now after months. We went up, and my cousin said that he kept the key up there in the ceiling, and when he was reaching for it, the key fell down. They sent me to get it, and I went down through the metal stairs, but was having a creepy feeling. Okay, I had a torchlight, and it just went off? Oh, fuck that. Yes, but let me finish this one. Let me finish this one. Let's see. I lost my place. Something about it. Oh, I turned, got the key, and ran back up. We went in and had some Mary Jane. I was like, don't know if I can say that. They had Mary Jane. Let's go with Mary Jane. We talked a bit. There were 4 of us, okay, and decided to go to sleep. 2 of them slept in the bed and 2 of us slept on the floor, okay. Me and the person on the floor weren't sleepy, so we decided to listen to some music. All right. Mm, as there was no internet service in that area and we had some songs saved on our phone. Okay. I was wondering how they were going to listen to the music with no internet, but yeah, that makes sense. They saved it. After some time, we heard some noises coming from the floor, okay? We thought it we thought it was an insect which eats wood, so we searched for it but found nothing. We ignored it and listened to the music, but that noise was not stopping, so we searched again and tried to find the source. It was coming from the ground floor, like the ceiling was scratching from down there, as the noise was also moving from one corner to another. We got spooked and decided to ignore it because only 2 of us were awake. After some time, we heard footsteps coming from the stairs as it was metallic. Now we were panicking. Their kitchen was not in the same building but was next to the house. After some time, we literally heard utensils being thrown from one corner to another like there was fighting going on. We were so scared at that point we decided to cover ourselves with blankets and not open our eyes or move. I didn't realize we got 2 boots. I mean, that's pretty fair because whether it's a person or a spirit pretending to be asleep, yeah, it makes sense. Not a permanent. The next day, we went back and shared this story with our cousin's brother, and he said that neighbor's brother took his. Oh, Jesus Christ! What is it with these themes? He dispatched himself. Jesus Christ. A long time back, and he was relating it to that, but we don't really know what it was. I've had numerous instances where I've experienced the paranormal for some reason, but anyways, this was my story. Jesus Christ, I did not expect it to take that turn. I'm so sorry that we had to that just got dumped on everyone twice in one stream. I wasn't expecting it to take that turn. I really wasn't. I really don't know what to say. Wow. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and take the break. Maybe do some self-care because that was kind of rough. I wasn't expecting them to be like, oh yeah, and he dispatched himself. Like, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting that. After the other guy, the army guy, I'm just, what the hell? What the actual hell? Anyway, I didn't know it was gonna take that turn. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. Anyway, um, I'll be back in, I don't even know. I'm sorry, Magic Cat. Yeah, wow, what the hell? Yeah, give me 20 minutes. Let's say 20 minutes. I feel like that's fair, right? Okay. Okay, cool. I know I'm gonna be on for at least 30 more minutes. Oof, probably slightly longer. Yeah, it's gonna be at least 30 minutes, maybe 45. Let's see. Magic Cat, I'm back. Oops. Okay, so Pan Ace Fluid posted this, I guess, compilation 8 days ago. It just says, the title says, A Couple Small Stories. Just a small collection of things that happened that were weird and spooky. Just today, I was reading a story about a ghost trying to get someone's attention aloud to my sister, and the alarm went off, set for nowhere near the time it happened. I heard noises under my bed a couple years ago. One was an organ or piano. I was in the basement with no instruments in the house. A disembodied voice that sounded like my mom calling my name while I was waiting for the bus. I woke myself up. She was sleeping. Let's see. I walked into a room in the basement and saw a little Amish boy. How do you know he was Amish? In the corner. I thought he was my sister at first, but when I looked back, he vanished. I had a bunk bed and always had it in the couch position with curtains around it and was constantly just watching a shadow figure walk around and disappear or something right before it got to one of the open sides of the bed. All of this happened in the same house. I might post longer stories later. I might completely forget. So just little scattered incidences, I guess. Haunted library visit by Dude McGuyington. Did I not read that already? Yes, I'm back. Hi. Hi, Magic Cat. I'm back. Basically, what I do during my breaks, um, is probably exactly what you're imagining. I get up and walk around for a few minutes. I go to the bathroom. I get some more water. And obviously, it's time for me to rest my voice during then too, since I'm obviously not talking. So it's just all of that. You know, resting my voice, getting the blood flowing, relieving myself, water, blah blah. Your Magic Cat, you said you're trying to cool your legs. Oh yeah, you are still dealing with all that heat and such. Yeah, you said you're sweating out your cold or flu or whatever it ends up being. Yeah. Okay. How's that going, by the way? How are you feeling? Because it's been 3 hours, actually, so it's been 3 hours. So how are you feeling? The cold wall feels great. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay. You think your temperature's back to normal? Ah, okay, good. Hold on. No, sorry. Give me a second. What were we looking at? Right, haunted library. You said you're maybe a little warm, but not too warm, and now you're hungry. Oh, good, your appetite's returning. Good. You're already turning for the better. Because, yeah, for some reason, when we're sick and feel crummy, our appetite just kind of disappears, even though you would think we would need more food. So, okay, so you're already on the mend. Good. Or at least the worst of it is over. Good. Okay, so the post says, Where I grew up, we have a library that's almost as old as the town itself, which definitely means it's haunted, right? I love reading, so I visited it often. When I was about 12 years old, I was assigned a history paper in school. We got to pick the topic, and I decided that I wanted to do it on the history of the town itself. It was somewhere, excuse me, sometime in late autumn when I went to the library to get some research material. The library was actually a large two-story house that was previously owned by one of the town's original prominent families. Really? It's actually a house? I feel like that's an even greater chance that it's haunted, right? Is what I'm thinking. If it was a house, I don't know. I don't know what it is about houses, even though that would be less like traffic or whatever than a regular library, but houses, I feel like, I don't know. I just expect to be haunted. Older houses. What about, you said you're just munching on pistachios because it's 2 a.m. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's kind of late for you. Kind of really late. It was sometime in late autumn when I went to the library to get some research material. The library, right, was actually a large two-story house that was previously owned by one of the town's prominent original families, the Putnams. The first floor was the main library and was where almost all the books were. The second floor was normally off limits because they stored most of their historic documents and antique books up there. You had to get permission from the staff to go upstairs. Since I was a frequent visitor and had proven myself a well behaved kid, I was given permission to go upstairs and look through those books. I had no preconceived notions about the library, but I felt incredibly uncomfortable while being alone upstairs for some reason. It got colder as I went upstairs, which made sense since they didn't heat the second floor with no one up there 90% of the time. The upstairs led to a large room filled with bookcases and three small side rooms adjacent to it. There were other rooms, but the rest of the upstairs was roped off from visitors. I began going through the books in the large room, trying to find something interesting, when from one of the side rooms I heard a loud bang. It sounded like a door being slammed, which was odd since they had removed all the doors to each sides of the room. At this point, I still felt really uneasy about being upstairs, but I figured there's no reason to be scared. It's just a library. Maybe a shelf on the bookcase gave out. I take a look in the side room and see there's only an old school writing desk with a little plaque that says Mr. Putnam 1885. Interesting. The small room's a bit colder, but nothing is out of place. A little confused, I shrug it off and go back to the center of the room to keep digging through the books. After a little while, I finally find a book that covers what I'm looking for and sit down to start reading. I get a few pages into the book and suddenly I hear another very loud bang from the other side of the room. It caught me off guard, so it surprised the hell out of me. It sounded like someone threw a brick at the wall. From where I was sitting, I could only see into part of the room, and it looked like it was a nursery or playroom based on the tiny rocking chair and teddy bear next to it. For some reason, I was terrified of going into that room. I did anyways, though, because I'm a dumbass. Love that OP says that about themselves. Did anyway, because I'm a dumbass. Bless. I love that they're like, this was definitely a poor life choice, and I made it anyway. I walked into the room and turned to look in the corner I wasn't able to see from outside. I'm frozen in terror as I meet the eyes of a young woman in a plain white dress hanging from the ceiling by her neck. What the hell? Again? She seemed to see me but was motionless. Her cold eyes pierced my soul. I tried to yell, but I couldn't seem to make a sound. Somehow I managed to break free of that horrific gaze and run downstairs and out of the library. I'm so sorry, y'all. I never know what I'm getting with these. I sprinted the 6 blocks home. It wasn't until I told people about what happened that I learned one of the maids that worked in the house had become pregnant out of wedlock and had perished in that room. To this day, I'd never go upstairs in the library alone again. What the actual hell? Again? Why? Why? Just why? I'm so sorry, y'all. I didn't know. Why? I read these live on the spot, so I don't know what I'm getting until I read it. And by God, I don't understand how all of these have the same fucking theme. Like, yes, ghosts means dead people, but that doesn't mean they all had to die the same way! I'm just. just. Ugh! Jesus. Why? This is depressing. Anyway, I really just don't even know what to say. I'm just sitting here like, what do I do? I just feel awkward now. I mean, what do I do with that? You know? What do I do with that? I think my husband actually came home this time, but we'll see. Because I thought he came home earlier, but either it was a neighbor or I was just hearing things. Um, because he said he didn't. Anyway, hmm. Because sometimes I'll be hearing our neighbors come home and get excited and think he's coming home early, and it's the neighbor. It doesn't help that everyone has the same fucking clicker. Like, you know how a lot of different, like, brands and models, the beep sounds different? Somehow there are, like, 8 people with the same clicker, so it, like, fucks with me. I mean, you could. That's. People have careers as sketch artists. That's a thing. Hey, hun. How's you? Yes. I'm fine. Thanks. You could have warned me. Yeah, that didn't have to happen while I was looking directly at it/you. So you got that for someone else or for your own collection? Oh, okay. A. Okay. Oh, I totally missed that. I swam by the thing by accident. Yeah, 'cause I'm hot. No, I appreciate that you find me attractive, but I meant that I'm. Yes, come here. Your hands are clean, right? He made a face like you're melting me. What'd you say, Magic Cat? You said, sadly, you're not good enough at drawing. But your imagination seems to know how to draw well enough with description. I mean, I'm not really good at drawing either, so. I suck at drawing. You draw when you're bored. I mean, I feel like everyone doodles, right? But I just mine are shit. I'm sure you're like way better than me. Actually, you are way better than me because you've shown me some of your drawings. Then again, it's not that hard to be way better than me because I'm just really bad at it. But yeah, I've seen some of your drawings. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Mine are an abomination. Mine are an abomination. Yours actually look really. Honestly, I feel like if the bare minimum of can people tell what it is, you're already starting off in a good place. People never know what the hell I'm drawing. All of yours, it's very clear like what you were drawing and like who or what it's supposed to be. So honestly, I feel like you should feel more confident about your drawings than you do. Because at least people know what the hell you're trying to do. I'm still traumatized from when I say traumatized, but it does it count as mental trauma? I don't know. It deeply shaped my like psyche and I took psychic damage from it. I don't know if that counts as trauma or not. But I remember when I was younger and I was trying so hard to draw a horse and I was asked if it was a wolf. A fucking wolf. Those are not remotely related. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that scarred me. Because I tried so hard and they just couldn't even tell what it was. Like, it's not like it was just a shitty horse, or just an ugly horse, or just an anatomically incorrect horse. They didn't even realize it was a horse. So, I was crushed as a kid. And it's not like I was like, I honestly can't remember how old I was. I wasn't itty bitty, but I also wasn't like super old either. I feel like it was like 9 or 10, maybe 11. You know, where it's like you're still a kid, but you're not like an itty bitty kid. And by itty bitty, I mean like below 5. Yeah, I was super crushed. I was just like, no, that's not what it is. I was so upset. I was like, how can y'all not tell what this is? Like, it was upsetting for me, okay? It crushed any, like, confidence or self esteem I had with drawing for years from that one incident, which is why I use the word traumatized, even though, like, nothing physically traumatizing happened. It was just such a blow to my like mental health as a child. I was crushed. I was like, you can't even tell what it's meant to be. It's not that it was it's not that it was bad because everyone sucks at drawing as a kid unless you're really talented. It was just the fact that she just so casually and blatantly said that and couldn't even tell what it was and it just crushed me. Okay, Magic Cat said, I let my hand do whatever. What? But the deer dog is not that good. I think it is. I think it's cute. I seem to know how to draw animal faces. Okay. And then you said, girl, tell me about it. I showed my cousins a drawing of a camel, but they asked me, what the fuck is that? Even though my BF knew it was a camel. That's savage. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh. I guess as much as art can be objectively this, that, or the third, it's also subjective. And I guess it's easier for some people to see art in a certain way or light than it is for others. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for. I'm sorry. Okay. You said you stopped drawing for a while because your cousin was better at it than you, but every now and then I come back. Mm. This is gonna make me sound like a hypocrite, but you shouldn't let other people's ability dictate whether or not you draw. I mean, to be fair, in my case, I'm not letting other people's ability dictate my ability to draw. I'm letting my own ability to draw dictate it. It's like I know I'm bad, so I don't draw. I'm not even comparing myself to others. It's just like I know it's really fucking bad, so I don't draw. Like my own suckiness discourages me from drawing. Point blank, period. It's not about anyone else. It's just like, well, I know I suck. I am fully aware. That didn't mean she had to crush my soul as a elementary schooler. It really didn't. Anyway, I'm glad that you do still go back to it and don't get too discouraged. I don't want you to be like me and never draw. Can you be a self-aware hypocrite, or do hypocrites inherently lack self-awareness? Therefore, if you're self-aware, you're not a hypocrite. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, I don't want you to be too discouraged to draw, despite the fact that I am too discouraged to draw. You said you were just salty. I like art, but I'm not able to do what she does. Yeah. I mean, even two people who are objectively good, quote unquote, they draw like in different, styles in different ways. Like you really can't like base your shit off of someone else's shit, you know? Okay, so he has gotten one, so I can actually sell this one nice. Oh, I didn't know that fish was gonna be there. My bad. Oh, that's just the graphics being weird. I was like, is there something there? Oh, I have no fishing rods left. Good to know. I thought I had one left, but no, I don't. So that means I need to make two. There we go. You start to notice not all types of art is for you. Yeah, because, like, objectively speaking, people are going to be better at, like, one type of art than the other. Like, people just have different natural strengths, and that's okay. Not everyone has to be good at the same thing. Like, the people who do landscapes are probably not the same people who are doing the anime panels for, like, animating anime. And neither one of those people is going to be doing, like, true to life art of, like, historical figures. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're all good artists, but it's not the same. And it doesn't have to be. Like, just because someone's bad at drawing fruit doesn't mean they're a bad artist. Or just because someone specializes in landscapes or something doesn't mean they're, a bad artist just because they have trouble doing animals or something, Like people are allowed to have different skill sets. That's the natural order of the world anyway. People have different fucking skill sets and it's fine. I feel like people are not are not given the chance to like feel that and just sit with that. How did we even get started talking about art? Hello. You said makes my hand feel free and I'm not being strict on it when you doodle. Yeah, that makes sense. Doodling is about freedom and expression and such. I don't know where I was going with this. Also, I don't necessarily have to leave, but I do have to put I have to put where was I going with this? I have to put some chicken in the basket, in the air fryer basket. Okay? Like I don't have to leave, but I have to go do that so that we have food. All right. Yeah. Let me go do that. I will be right back. Yeah, I'm not leaving. I have to put the chicken in. Well, actually, I should put fries in first, then the chicken. But yeah, I'm gonna do that and come back. Bing bong. God, why did that make me think of Inside Out? Oh yeah, his name was actually Bing Bong, wasn't it? Anyway, so after 6 minutes, I have to get up and like shake the basket, if that makes sense, for the fries. Yeast. We only have one tray slash basket for the air fryer, so I can only cook one thing at a time. So I'm cooking the fries first because it takes longer. Yeast, yeast. Hmm. What's this? Posted by M7 Rock 9 days ago. The Lone Walker. There's a reason why the phrase things that go bump in the night exist. While working the night shift on the railroad, of the sites hold on. One of the sites we were conducting repairs on happens to rest next to a graveyard. Oh, okay. Well, that already took a turn. The timing couldn't be more perfect because it was the middle of October, which only added to the eerie nature of the environment. It can be said what I saw could be chalked up to fatigue or my subconscious playing tricks on me, but that doesn't explain why the entire work crew saw the same thing. This is true. This is true. To set the scene, my team was sent out to repair the tracks at a local station, which rests in a nice but historic area. That implies that historic areas aren't usually nice. Residing next to the station is a bike path, residential housing, and an old cemetery. Work progressed as normal, and we were making great timing on the repairs. It had gotten late in the night, around 11, when we saw an old gentleman casually walking down the bike path. He was pale, wearing a tan button down short sleeved shirt, khaki pants, a strange hat, and notably a feather tucked behind his ear. Just before he reached the entrance to the station, he made a sharp turn and disappeared into the thick bush that separated the cemetery from the bike trail. It should be noted all the residential housing was behind us and could only be accessed by crossing through the work zone. It wouldn't be too out of place to see people use the trail that late, but it was 48 degrees outside and there was no path in the bush for the old man to travel through. Hmm. We grew concerned when no one saw him exit the woods. We thought he went in to go around the construction equipment. Everyone saw him go in, but no trace of the man was ever found. Well, I hope he didn't get lost out there and die if he was a living person instead of a ghost. Um, let's see. Not even broken twigs or crushed leaves from where he first entered. To add to the mystery, the only thing on the side of the bush was a stone wall for the cemetery. We continued on with the night, but the oddity was not forgotten. Yeah, I can imagine why. So, little old man ghost, huh? Let's see. My grandfather's house experienced 10 days ago by the Cloud 606. Okay. Why is it always someone well, I guess we know why it's always someone's grandparents' house because usually the house is old as shit, and when a house is old as shit, it's usually haunted. Let's see. It was always a tradition in my family to go to my grandfather's house every Sunday for lunch. It was a tradition that had happened since before me and my older sister were even born. The house had always given me weird vibes since I was around 7 for some reason. I felt attached to the house more than I did my own. That's a little weird. It's not unusual to feel like a place you go a lot is like a second home, but it felt like more than that. I know that it sounds fake and it's up to you whether you want to believe me or not, but I would get a physical pain in my chest whenever we would have to leave. It was as if something was trying to keep me there. My grandfather passed away in early 2020 due to a mountain of health complications. Me and hold on. I really hate to do this to the story, but I have to go shake the fries. Back. Okay. Me and my family moved into his house to keep it in the family, which makes sense because they didn't want it to pass to strangers. I got my uncle's old room. My parents got the spare room, the biggest room in the house, and my sister got my grandfather's room, which is important. Okay. By this time, the pain I would get in my chest stopped, and although I probably should have told someone, I was a kid at the time I was having these pains, so I didn't know it could have been something serious. Yeah, I was like, dude, what if you had what's the word? A heart condition. Everything was going fine for the first 3 weeks or so. We got settled in and life continued as normal. That was until my sister started getting scratches down her legs while she slept. They were long and went from around her thigh to her knee. She still has scars from them. Scars? Jesus H. Christ. There were some nights she would wake up with what looked like burns on her arms. I thought for a long time that this was a ploy to scare me, although looking back, I highly doubt she would burn and scratch herself for so little as a joke. I would start to see shadows in the corner of my eye, but because I love horror movies so much, I chalked it up to my imagination. My sister moved out when she was 18 and I got her old room. After around 2 weeks of being in that room, I started to fully experience what my sister was talking about. Oof. I got long scratches down my legs and chest area. We have a dog, but she sleeps with my parents. Okay. Da, 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 da. This was not the experience that truly instilled my belief in spirits, though. I started to hear things coming from the attic. Oh god, it's always the attic or the basement, isn't it? It was more than the occasional noise. Every single night, I could hear what sounded like footsteps and scurrying constantly. I originally had the same thought that a lot of people are probably thinking, that it was rodents. So my parents did the natural thing and called an exterminator. However, when the exterminator came and looked in the attic, there were no rodents and no traces that a rodent had been there in the first place. You know, like, I assume, let me cut in and say that what OP means is like if there had been rodents, there would be like nest material, maybe droppings, maybe things they had chewed through, and they're saying there's no evidence of rodents. I'm currently writing from inside my granddad's old room because, yes, I still live in the house. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Well, just because there is no evidence of rodents. So, yes, I suppose the house could be haunted and there could be a spirit in the attic, but just because it's not like rats or mice doesn't mean that it's not an animal. Because I've heard of someone who had a raccoon getting into their attic, and I've heard of bats getting into people's attic, but then again, surely there would be evidence of bats or raccoons because they did call an exterminator and he said there's nothing there. Like, surely if it was something, like, just because there's no, like, rat droppings doesn't mean there couldn't be, like, I don't know, raccoon fur or something, like, he said there's nothing. And then there's the fact that he keeps getting scratches and burns at night? Like his sister? Yeah, okay. Although when they said burns, I was like, I wonder if there's any kind of like radiation or chemicals that could be burning her, especially in an old house. Like they used to put like mercury, lead, arsenic, and whatever crap, asbestos. Like maybe they're getting injuries from that. It was built before World War II, never been out of the family. Yeah, I'm just like there are things it could be. Is the thing. I don't know. They claim no one's died in the house, but that doesn't mean anything. Someone could have died on the land before the house was built, or the spirit could be a spirit that's not the spirit of a dead person, so not a ghost. Because a ghost is a type of spirit, but not all spirits are ghosts. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, no one seems to have any explanations or solutions in the comments. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Mm, what's this one? Steve Carr with a bunch of R's. My ghost story. Okay, basic title, but let's see what he says. Back in 2020, I was working security for an amusement park. Oh, that's really specific. When I started working there, I was told by a couple of coworkers that a specific building on this site was haunted. Oh, we're already starting off with people saying it's haunted. Great. One night in August, I decided to go into the building and start recording and trying to talk to something, if it was even there. Why? Why would you instigate this? Dude. Anyway, I went up the stairs to go into the theater area, which was just a big, creaky wooden floor, dark room with a stage in front of it. It was always hot and was never used during the day. As I was investigating and talking, I got nothing. Okay. And never really heard anything conclusive. When I went to turn and leave, which I went the same way that I came in, I heard the sound of running water. That's weird. It was loud enough that I could hear it when I walked by, but not when I walked by the first time. Okay. Unless it was never on at first. I walked closer to it, and the men's bathroom sink was running. I guess that's a little weird. Now I only had a flashlight with me and thinking something. Hold on. Only had a flashlight with me, thinking someone was there, if anything. I slowly turned the corner and the sink is on full blast. The knobs took forever to turn off. I shut the sink off and walked out and never went back. I'm not sure what happened that night, but every time I watch that video, I get chills. So, you went in there, tried to instigate a ghost encounter, and then the faucet turned on. Bro, you're just lucky nothing followed you home. Why are you like this? Magic Cat, you said that makes magic uncomfortable. Wh- which part? Which part made you uncomfortable? Or was it the old guy that made you uncomfortable? The old guy, the house, or the. I'm so sorry. That's the air fryer. Give me like 10 seconds. Cool. Okay. My fries are removed from the fryer and they have been seasoned. They're sweet potato fries, so I seasoned them with cinnamon. You said the old guy and the house both made you uncomfortable. Okay. I don't actually know how much the rays are worth, so. What the hell? Stop. Okay. Mm, okay. This says Midnight Walk. I think I already. Okay. Okay Bowl 7112 posted this 11 days ago. Says, "Hi everyone. I don't really know how to start this, but okay. I was 12 at the time. I was walking with my cousin at midnight. Why? You're 12. You're 12. Why are you walking at midnight to begin with? I was walking with my cousin at midnight. Around 1 a.m., we usually. Wait, what? Around 1 a.m., we usually go to a shop that's always open. This needs so much context. Why? You're 12. Whatever. Um, I'm not your mother. Let's see. They always go because it's open during midnight when they're not busy. I'm so confused. We got back to our home, but I got the idea of going to the basketball court, and I pointed at the court, telling her I want to sit there and relax with her. She said she said yes, and we sat at one of the stone seats. We were just chilling, eating our ice cream. Then I talked about a lot of horror stuff with her. She was listening, but then I heard something. A howl that sounded like a human being. The voice was deep and seemed to be getting closer. She seemed not to hear it, so I just grabbed her sleeve and started pulling her, telling her to get out. She was confused, but still went for it. We ran back to the house and locked the gate. I looked back and saw a white figure. There we go. With no face, hair, or anything. I was creeped out and looked back at my cousin, who was confused and concerned. I told her what happened, and she just looked at me scared. We decided to sit at the couch, trying to calm ourselves, but then I heard it again. I thought it followed us, but I just ignored it, trying not to scare my cousin. Another day, we went to get ice cream again. For some reason, these people are getting ice cream at midnight, and they're 12. This is either very questionable parenting or they're not telling the truth. I don't know. It's funny because the most surreal aspect of this for me is the fact that they're 12 and getting ice cream at midnight and not the ghost part. I'm just like, really? That doesn't sound right. Um Anyway, another day we went to get ice cream again. I heard a scream. My cousin didn't hear it, but I did. I didn't understand why I was the only one hearing it. I ignored it once again. Okay. Well, anyway, I don't know if they're telling the truth or not, but it's just, if they are, that's just so bizarre. Because, like, just, you're 12, it's midnight, and you walk to get ice cream? Shook. Anyway, my ghost experience. Y'all need to come up with some better titles. I don't want to be a dick, but really? Blue ASF posted this 12 days ago. In 2021, I was sleeping in my room. Yeah, I imagine most people sleep in their rooms. In my room, there was a shadowy entity at the foot of my bed. I turned the light on, and when I did, the door was open and I heard running. The door was shut when I fell asleep. I thought it was one of my siblings, but I could see through them. The next night I was sleeping and felt a cold presence near me. Suddenly I felt a hand on my throat, almost choking me. Okay. I got up and went to the corner, and when I turned, a shadowy woman. Wait, what? Woman looking entity. Woman looking entity? Really? This is just. This is so bad. Was standing there. When I walked to get my stick of incense, it disappeared. What were you gonna do? Poke her in the eye? I took the incense and lit it and smudged my. First of all, that's not what smudging is. Second of all, why did you conveniently have incense there? Uh, what do you mean you went to bed with it lit? Are you trying to start a fire? Everything died down for a week, and then when I was sleeping, I heard a screech and got up and went to my mom's room. That's a little weird. Okay. What? Cuz you were scared or something? No one heard that sound, only me. I felt so helpless. Okay. And scared. I slept on the couch for a week. Wouldn't that make you more vulnerable? And finally tried to sleep in my room. Everything is okay now. I've never seen the shadowy figure since, and everyone thinks I'm a nut job. This was just. I don't know if they made it up or if it's just very poorly written. Or both. I guess it could be both. Magic Cat! What do you. First of all, I missed your comment that says reasonable ice cream at midnight. Are you sure? Especially since they're 12? Then you said, whoa, getting. Why are you so interested about them getting choked out? You're too much. You're too much. I don't even know what. I don't know how to respond to that. What do you mean you're the perfect amount. Are you sure about that, fam? You sure? Well, I'm definitely not reading that one because they've basically told me that it's going to be shit. But the title says, quote, I suck at telling stories. So, okay. My childhood ghost. Poison Ivy 1873. In my lifetime, I've encountered and seen a lot of paranormal things. It makes me wonder whether or not that's something I possess. I guess they mean like a sensitivity. Or just so happen to be in the right place at the right time. Or the wrong place at the wrong time. This encounter happened when I was a child. I was around 10 years old when all of this began. When I w- Wait, what? When I was around 3 years old, we had moved to a different state into an old Victorian house. Oh, that's haunted. Um, it's just gonna be. We moved into a different state into an old Victorian house. The house was built. Wait, what? Hold on. That doesn't make sense. They must mean 1890, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. It can't be a Victorian house built in 1990 unless they mean like Victorian style architecture. Maybe they mean Victorian style architecture. But if that's what they meant, they should have said it. When I was around 10, I began to notice a tall, dark figure around the house. I made small comments to my parents, but they ignored it. Everyone always talking about the parents ignoring shit on here has been sending me. I'm just like, even if you don't believe in ghosts, should you not be concerned that your kid is talking about this stuff? How do so many of these people just not care? They're just like, oh, that's fine. They're just like, that's fine. Like, what? The figure would visit me almost every night. I had no idea who he was or why he was there. This figure was darker than a pitch black room. I could see the vague resemblance of a top hat and some sort of coat. Why do so many people report seeing a fucking hat figure? Like, is that just like an urban legend now? Is that common folklore now? Like, what's going on? I would usually have dreams about him sitting on the end of my bed and trying to reach out to me or play with my hair. That's creepy. After these dreams, I'd awaken to him standing in my doorway. He never did anything to hurt me, but he always made sure I was aware of him. I'd often get afraid and call for my mom. She would bring me to her bed and I would sleep there for the night. One particular memory of him always sticks out in my head. One night while I was sleeping in my parents' bed after being frightened by him, I heard a bang. It was loud enough to wake me up, but not loud enough to wake up my mother. I opened my eyes and looked around the room to find where it came from. I noticed my father was gone from the bed and I assumed he left for work. I then saw the man. Okay, there's the air fryer going off again. I'll wait. I then saw the man descend the stairs to the first floor. I rolled over and woke up my mom and asked when my dad had left. She said he left an hour ago. So this was definitely not him. I continued to see the man try to reach out to me and do random things in the house to get my attention. Around the age of 13, this is when I moved out of the house. I continued to see him until the day I left. To this day, I think about him and wonder who he was or what he was. Seeing as though he didn't follow me to the next house, I assume he was trapped there. Again, this is just another one of my experiences, and if you don't believe it, that's fine. Even though I was a little kid, I without a doubt believe he was real. I don't know if I would call that little kid. Like, yes, you're still a child, but I don't know. When I hear that, I always think like, little, under 10. I feel like you were old enough that it's not just an imaginary friend or you making it up. I love how Magic Hat said, "Oh shit, I realize having kids means they can see ghosts." Yeah, exactly. You're gonna you're gonna be dealing with, and you said you want three of them, so you're gonna have some wonky wonky stuff going on. I love how you said you were exactly, you were more invested in the choking part than the ghost. And then you made a face and said, "Do you think the spirit was interested, like, in a creepy way? I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, I do know that. How do I explain this? I do know that sometimes spirits can be drawn to specific people because of their because of their energy or their soul. Basically, for some spirits, it's like you're a shiny and they're a magpie, or like a moth to a flame. You said in a nice way. They could have been. They could have been drawn to them, yeah. It is unfortunate that they were terrified by them, but they never actually did anything threatening. Yeah, it just kind of seemed to want to be pals. But I also understand why they were scared, because, well, I feel like most people would have been creeped out by that. Just saying. They were being a little creepy. Not gonna lie. Yeah, whoever it was. I mean, to be fair, I don't think spirits always realize that they're being creepy. Like, I feel like there are definitely some spirits that just want to, like, torment and scare people, but I feel like other spirits don't realize that an action is coming off as, like, super fucking creepy. Just like with people. Like, when you want to befriend someone and you're like, will they think I'm nice or will they think this is creepy? That, like, anxiety thought. Yeah. Like, sometimes you just don't know that it's coming across the wrong way. And, you know, some spirits just want to play. You said, listen, as soon as your kid says there's something there and I don't see anything, I'm dragging my kid. You said safety in numbers, dragging them to sleep with you. That's funny. Safety in numbers, you say. What did I even get an achievement for? Oh! Huh. I finally got all of my trash fishing stamps. Interesting. I mean, I did pull up 2 boots today and a rock, so that makes sense. I love how this one literally just says the man in my house for the time. Why do y'all do this? Some of these post titles, the man in my house. Jesus Christ. That makes it sound like either you have someone chained to a radiator in your basement or like someone's creeping on you in your attic. Like the title just does not do this any justice. Okay. Uh I see what you're talking about, Magic Cat. Yeah. Magic Cat's like, and then I would put protection up. Okay, it says to give a little background before I share this encounter. The ghost encounter happened about 2 years ago, a little after my grandfather passed in March 2021. He lived in a different state and was suffering with dementia, heart problems, etc. Oh, so it was like a mercy. Okay. He and I were not close at all. Savage. He and I were not close at all, and he did not like children or care to know me. Jesus Christ. Wait, how do you exist if he doesn't like children? Jeopardy music plays in the background. Okay. After he passed, my family had to take a trip out to his place and clean his house slash clear it out to be sold. I mean, to be fair, if you could have afforded it, you could have just paid someone to do that shit, but sure. As I went through his things, I got to know him a little more and felt him and shared a lot of, excuse me, felt him and I shared a lot of similar qualities. Hopefully not the quality of hating children. Um, with this being said, he was very possessive of his things and liked to keep them in pristine condition. Oh, he's an asshole. Okay. He he owned a Mercedes, a Prowler, and an SSR. He loved cars and kept them in mint condition. When he passed, my mother took the Mercedes and SSR and stored them in her RV garage about 30 feet behind the guest house. I totally thought this was gonna say, and she sold them, but she did not. I thought this was going somewhere totally different. I also took a few of his artworks as I liked them and they fit very well into my home. Oh, that sounds like a good way to have him haunt you. My mother had wanted to build a guest house to rent out for a few years. After he passed, she used the money from selling his home to do so. I moved into it a few months after he passed. Wait, so she sold it to you? Okay, that's fine. Charge it. Magic Hat said, didn't sell them. That's crazy. Yeah, for real. I mean, it kind of sounds like there's some kind of collectible antique, so like I kind of get not selling it regardless of how he did or didn't feel about it, but also I don't know that I would want to keep them when I could sell. I don't know. It would depend on how close I was to the person. Like if they were my grandmother's cars who I was very close to when she was alive, I might feel some kind of way about selling it even if I needed the money. But they already said they weren't close to him and he didn't even like kids. And I'm like, well, people who don't like kids having children usually means their kids probably grew up miserable and he didn't want a relationship with the grandkids. So it's like, they were not close. I'm surprised they kept that shit. Anyway, um, let's see. One day or so after moving into the guest house, things got weird. Oh, hold on. Uh, this is stupid. Hold on. Oh, well, I'm not getting it now, am I? Cool. I'll just wait for it there then. Anyway, things got weird. The first night I was there, I was hand washing dishes I brought earlier that day. It was around 10 that night, when I heard loud footsteps coming from the small hall leading to my bedroom. I live alone. I turned to see what it was and I saw a pair of black shiny men's dress shoes standing a few feet away from me in the shadows. That's immediately creepy. A few seconds later, they were gone. I froze in place, not sure about what I just saw, and tried to let it go. I'm not gonna lie, that was immediately creepy. The following week after this was full of anomalies. Anomalies? I guess they mean like a bunch of like weird things they can't explain. Okay, full of anomalies. While being in this house that week, I felt I wasn't alone. I always felt I was being watched. Things would happen at night and sometimes during the day. Books would fall off my shelf, things would fall off the wall, and creaks would be heard throughout the house. Some may say this is just because it's new construction, but I know the difference between new construction sounds and abnormal sounds. Yeah, that's the thing. People always try to dismiss sounds, but don't seem to realize that a lot of the sounds they try to dismiss are really fucking distinct. Like footsteps sound like footsteps. Pipes sound like pipes. I don't know why they're always like weird about it. At night, especially, I would hear a few footsteps throughout my house while I was trying to sleep. The last paranormal experience I encountered pushed me to do something about it. I was standing in my kitchen and my cat was standing right next to me when suddenly one of the cat toys rolled across the floor and came to a sudden stop. I know it wasn't the AC and it wasn't a gust of wind, it was pushed. Why do people always say the wind? You're not outside. How is it the fucking wind? Anyway, after this happened, I purchased some sage and cleansed the house. uh, to my surprise, everything I experienced came to a halt and I never heard or saw anything again. They they were like, let's banish this bitch. Technically, cleansing and banishing are two different things. It's just a turn of phrase because I'm making a joke. But cleansing and banishing are technically two different things. And they're both also technically different from purifying. So, yeah, just so you know, for reference. Anyway, um, never saw or heard anything again. The house felt empty for the first time in weeks. Shortly after I cleansed my house, my parents had told me the cameras in the RV garage were picking up weird movements. They showed me the footage that it saved only to see nobody there. However, you could see multiple orbs flying around. There were a few bugs and there was some dust, but there was a distinct difference between these. Whether you believe it was just my imagination or maybe a true haunting, I'll leave up to you. I fully believe there was someone in the house there. Whether they were trying to hurt me or speak to me, I'm not sure. I love how you said the spirit can either accept what you did or leave, Magic Cat. Fair. You said the cash she would have made from the cars, because you're going back to the cars that she didn't sell. Yeah. Feels like if a family member didn't like me, their stuff would be haunted if I kept it. Right? They kept all of his stuff despite the fact that he didn't even fucking like them. I would have sold the house. Well, actually, to be fair, it was smart of her to try to rent out the house and make money off of it. That would make her more money than just selling the house. But all of his shit, his cars and his collectibles, they really could have sold that, huh? They really could have. Either in like a general sale or like at some kind of auction, because it sounds like some of it was rare collectibles. For real, like, yeah, I would have sold that shit. Mm-hmm. Yep, yep, yep. Let me drink some water. Mm. Bruh, we're at 4 hours. I don't actually know where my husband disappeared to. The food is done. He disappeared upstairs somewhere. Because he's already showered, so I'm just like, where did he go? Speaking of which, let me set the food on the table so that he can just pick at it at his leisure. Oh, fucking hell. What am I tripping on? Oh, phone charger. Why is it wrapped around my fucking ankle? Jesus. Anyway. Ow. Why? Just why? Okay, so I've literally just put it on a plate. Right. Okay, fries. Let me put his water out. Alright, so I made him some honey chicken and some sweet potato fries. And I seasoned the fries with cinnamon, like I said before. You can hear me just walking around. Alright, let me put out his sauce for his chicken too. Cool. Loop, loop. I would have made a green vegetable, but we didn't have any. Well, we didn't have any that went with what we were having, really. Mm, at least I don't think. I don't know. I don't think any of the vegetables we had really went with what we were eating, in my opinion. I don't know. Hold on. What'd you say? Haunted, kept them. Do you think if you move to a country that isn't used to your religion, would a spirit or ghost fuck off if you used ways to get rid of them? I mean, what are you really asking? Because where I was wouldn't change how I got rid of it. How I got rid of it would depend on, well, first of all, if I actually needed to get rid of it. And second of all, like, is it just annoying? Is it hostile? Is it benign, but I just don't want it there? Essentially, there are different levels of forcefulness you can use. And you don't necessarily need to, like, metaphorically speaking, bring out the big guns if it's just they won't stop pranking me and I'm very annoyed versus, hey, they almost took my eye out. Okay. You said, I need to know if my way would work if my kids started saying, I mean, this is an idiom. So it's like a figure of speech. It's not meant to be taken literally, but there's more than one way to skin a cat. It's a saying. It just means there's more than one way to accomplish the same task. So, yeah, absolutely. If your religion has a way of getting rid of this shit, then there's no reason you can't use it. That being said, if there's a spirit that is like specific to a faith, like for instance different like indigenous spirits, then there may be a like faith or culture specific way to get rid of that spirit. But otherwise, you know, if it works, it works. Ain't broke, don't fix it. It's not like you have to do things the way I would do it to get rid of something. If you have an effective way of getting rid of something and you're comfortable using it, go for it. So if that is making your own holy water or reciting passages of the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or some kind of meditation, prayer beads, if it's, I don't know, some kind of smoke cleansing, it doesn't matter what it is as long as it works. You know, it's not like any of these methods is superior to the other. If it works, it works. Also, if you're that desperate, it don't matter who get rid of it so long as it's gone. Am I right? If you want to get rid of something, it doesn't matter who or how as long as it's gone. You said, great, I'm not worried about me. I'm more worried about my non existent kids yet being scared. Aww. I love that your maternal instincts are so strong, they're reaching backward from the future. But yeah, whatever method you have of protecting yourself, different traditions have different things. That's okay. There's not superior to each other. If it works, it works. Doesn't matter who does it or how you do it, as long as it works. If you banish spirits by doing the fucking macaroni dance, fine with me. I'm not gonna be snooty about it. If it works, it works. If you need to keep a jar of dirt, like in the pirate movie, then you keep a jar of dirt. If it works, it works. Always hear spirits in grandma's house. Yeah, yeah, you did tell me about that. I wonder where he went. I mean, we don't have any critters afoot, but I thought he would have been eating if he was hungry. But whatever. Don't want kids to be traumatized. I feel like half the time it's the like adults, teens, and older kids who are more traumatized than the little kids, than the little itty bitty like toddlers and shit. Like, I swear, toddlers be chatting up all kinds of spirits. Meanwhile, we're all terrified in the corner because, oh my god, a ghost. Like, it's kind of hilarious. Like, they'll be like, look, mommy, I made a friend. And then mom sees this, like, huge, hulking spirit figure, screams and is terrified. And the kid is just like, I made a friend. Like, I feel like we get more scared than they do half the time. It's kind of funny to me, honestly. Like, it's kind of deeply amusing to me that we're just like quaking and they're like, I made a friend. I made a friend. Just no care in the world. We're disturbed and they're like, I have a best friend. I swear every single time that's how it happens. You said my kids might have my coward genetics. That's hilarious. Ah, I don't know if cowardice is genetic. Who knows? The world may never know. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm going to be selling it in two batches. It's drifting again somehow magically. Yeah, apparently I'm going to be selling it in two batches because it just decided to select the select button when I wasn't even done. Cool. Hmm. So it would have been 22 something. Okay. You said, Mom is rubbing off on me. I'm more worried about non existent kids more than my easy to scare ass. Hey! That's good though! It means you're overcoming your fear. You're conquering your fear of spirits. You're less of a fraidy cat now. That's not a bad thing. Let's see. An apparition. Really? Tim AK? Whatever. My family moved into an old house we bought from a very elderly. I'm sorry, but as soon as they said elderly widow, I was like, so someone died there. They bought it from an elderly widow in the 90s. Okay. Painted over wallpaper, crystal doorknobs with keyholes underneath. Oh. Questionable wiring, and a big furnace in the basement. So it's janky as fuck. Good to know. What was that? Oh. Okay. I guess I'll just do it next time then. He finally came back. So, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get off so we can eat then. Alright? Magic Hat. Magic Hat, say something besides sad goat. Ow! God, that thing is just. It has such a sharp sound. Ha! Thank you. I will. I'm hungry myself, honestly. Mm. Ha! Yeah. I'm gonna sell this and put my money up, and that's it. Alright. Thanks for sticking with me. Did I see the. What? Did you send me? No? The last thing is from yesterday. You didn't send me anything else. Oh, do you mean above? Oh, I did miss one of them then. You said you got scared by your brother entering your room. Okay. Why was he coming in your room randomly anyway? Okay, well. Ugh. Been on here forever anyway, so might as well. Oh, I love that she's still wearing her witch hat. I really wish there was a setting to like not go through the full menu or whatever. Or to like speed pass. There we go. Okay. There we go. Alright, Magic Cat. Well, I will see you tomorrow. Are you even gonna get any sleep? It's like 5 a.m. for you. I totally thought you were gonna say sleep is for the weak. You said he needed something, but getting scared was dumb. I mean, you're a scaredy cat. We're not surprised. Anyway, anyway, I'll see. Oh, it's 3 a.m.? I thought it was later for you. Okay, well, anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.